Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Soul Fiction, presenting to you today, What If Harry Was Raised in the John Wick Universe? No mercy. Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The Continental's son. The man in room 614 had 30 seconds to live, and he was wasting them on begging. Please, please, I can get you the money. I swear on my children, I can get you the— Harry Potter stood in the doorway with his hands in the pockets of his black overcoat, watching the man scramble backward across the hotel carpet until his spine hit the radiator beneath the window. Rain streaked the glass behind him. London was grey and cold and indifferent, the way London always was. You don't have children, Mr. Cavallo, Harry said. The man blinked. Sweat crawled down his temples. You told the concierge you were here alone when you checked in. No family photos in your wallet. I looked while you were in the shower. No ring tan line. No kids. So let's not waste each other's time with things that aren't true. Cavallo's mouth worked soundlessly. He was a thick man, mid-40s, the kind of smuggler who'd gotten comfortable sitting behind a desk while younger men did the dangerous work. He had a pistol in his shoulder holster, but he hadn't reached for it, because he'd seen how fast the boy in the doorway had moved when he disarmed the bodyguard in the hallway. The bodyguard was unconscious now, slumped against the wall with his arm bent in a direction arms weren't supposed to bend. Harry was 15. He got this reaction a lot. You were given a contract by the Continental Network, Harry said, his voice flat and conversational, like he was reading a restaurant menu. Move 12 kilograms of refined product through the Dover port using Continental sanctioned channels. Simple job. Guaranteed payout. All you had to do was deliver. I did deliver. You delivered 9 kilograms. You skimmed 3 for personal resale. You used Continental trade routes to move your private supply, which violated the terms of your agreement, which violated Continental neutrality, which, and this is the part that concerns me personally, made my father look foolish in front of the elder of the high table. Cavallo's face went the color of old paper. Winston is your father. Harry tilted his head slightly. Are you reaching for your gun, Mr. Cavallo? Cavallo's hand had been creeping toward his holster. It stopped. I wouldn't, Harry said. The silence stretched. Rain hammered the window. Cavallo lunged for the gun. Harry moved. It was a short, efficient thing. 2 steps forward, left hand catching Cavallo's wrist before the pistol cleared the holster, right hand driving the heel of his palm into the man's nose. Cartilage crunched. Cavallo's head snapped back against the radiator with a dull clang, and Harry twisted the pistol free, dropped the magazine, racked the slide to eject the chambered round, and set the empty weapon on the windowsill. All of it took about 2 seconds. Cavallo slid sideways, blood pouring from his shattered nose, eyes glazed. Harry crouched in front of him. The 3 kilograms you skimmed. Where's the money? Safe deposit box. Zurich. Keys in my jacket. Inside pocket. Harry reached over and plucked the key from the man's jacket. Small, brass, unremarkable. He held it up, examined it, then slipped it into his own coat. The Continental thanks you for your cooperation. Are you going to kill me? Harry stood up, straightening his coat. You violated Continental rules on Continental property. That means management decides your fate, not me. I'm just here to recover the asset. He walked to the door, then paused and looked back. Cavallo was trembling against the radiator, blood dripping off his chin. But if you run, Harry said, management won't be the one who finds you. I will. And I won't bother with the conversation first. He closed the door quietly behind him. The hallway of the London Continental was all dark wood and soft lighting, the kind of elegance that whispered money rather than shouting it. Harry walked past the unconscious bodyguard without glancing down, straightening the cuffs of his shirt as he moved toward the elevator. His knuckles ached slightly from the palm strike. Cavallo had a hard skull, but it was a distant thing, background noise. The elevator doors opened and Sharon was inside, which meant Sharon had been waiting for him, which meant Winston wanted a report. "Master Potter," Sharon said, his deep voice carrying exactly the same warmth it always did, restrained, genuine, precise. "Sharon. How was Mr. Cavallo?" "Cooperative. Eventually." The ghost of a smile on Karen's dark face. "Your father is in the lounge." Harry leaned against the elevator wall as the car descended. He caught his reflection in the polished brass doors, dark hair that never quite behaved, sharp jaw, green eyes that people always commented on and he never understood why. The scar on his forehead was mostly hidden by his hair, a jagged lightning bolt he'd had since before memory. Winston told him it was from the car accident that had killed his birth parents. Harry had believed that until he was 12. Then he'd stopped believing much of anything Winston told him without verification. The elevator opened onto the ground floor, and Harry stepped into the controlled chaos of the Continental's lobby. Two men in tailored suits were checking in at the front desk, assassins, obviously, you could tell by the way they kept their backs to the wall and their eyes on the exits. A woman in a red dress was reading a newspaper in one of the leather armchairs, a garrote wire coiled around her wrist like a bracelet. Normal Tuesday. Harry had grown up here. His earliest memories were the smell of gun oil and old books, the sound of Winston's voice reading him to sleep, the heavy thunk of the Continental's vault door closing. Other children had playgrounds. Harry had a shooting range in the basement and a knife-throwing alley behind the kitchen. Other children had babysitters. Harry had Sharon, who taught him to read, and a rotating cast of the world's most lethal professionals who taught him everything else. He'd learned hand-to-hand combat from a retired Spetsnaz operative named Yuri who drank too much vodka and cried during old films. He'd learned blades from a Japanese woman called Kaze who never spoke above a whisper and could put a throwing knife through a playing card at 30 meters. He'd learned firearms from an ancient Texan named Earl who was missing 2 fingers on his left hand and could still outshoot anyone Harry had ever met. He'd learned languages from the guests, French from a Parisian poisoner, Mandarin from a Triad enforcer, Arabic from a Moroccan demolitions expert who always brought Harry chocolates. It was, by any rational measure, a deranged childhood. Harry had loved every minute of it. He found Winston in the lounge, sitting in his usual armchair by the fireplace with a glass of scotch and the day's Financial Times. Winston looked the way Winston always looked, immaculate 3-piece suit, silver hair swept back, an expression of mild, permanent amusement, as if the entire world were a moderately entertaining play being performed for his benefit. "Brass key," Harry said, dropping it on the side table. "Zurich safe deposit box. He'll give you the bank name and account number if you press him, which shouldn't take much. I already broke his nose." Winston picked up the key, examined it, set it down. "And the bodyguard?" "Dislocated shoulder. He'll live." "You're getting efficient." "I was always efficient. I'm getting faster." Winston's mouth twitched. He folded the newspaper and set it aside, then gestured to the armchair across from him. Harry sat, and immediately a server appeared with a cup of black coffee, no sugar, no cream, the way Harry had been drinking it since he was 13 and decided he was too old for the hot chocolate Sharon kept making him. "I have something for you," Winston said. "If it's another contract, I just finished one. I want to shower." "It's not a contract." Something in Winston's tone made Harry look up from his coffee. The older man was watching him with an expression Harry had seen maybe 5 times in his life, careful, measured, the expression Winston wore when he was about to say something he'd been thinking about for a long time. "What?" Harry said. Winston reached into his jacket and produced an envelope. Not a modern envelope, this was old, heavy parchment, yellowed at the edges, sealed with a glob of deep crimson wax stamped with a crest Harry didn't recognize. A coat of arms. A letter H surrounded by a lion, a snake, a badger, and an eagle. "This arrived for you this morning," Winston said. "By owl." "By what?" "An owl." Large, tawny, very insistent. It bit Sharon when he tried to take the letter. It would only release it to me. Harry set down his coffee and took the envelope. The front was addressed in emerald green ink, in an old-fashioned cursive hand, Mr. H. Potter, the Continental Hotel, 1 Aldwych, London. He turned it over, examining the seal. Then he looked at Winston, and something cold moved through his chest, because Winston's expression was the one he wore when the truth was about to be unpleasant. "Open it," Winston said. Harry broke the seal and unfolded the letter inside. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We understand that this letter comes to you significantly later than is customary, and we offer our sincerest apologies for the delay. Extraordinary circumstances have necessitated." Harry stopped reading. He looked at Winston. "Witchcraft and wizardry," he said flatly. "Yes. This is a joke." "It is not." Harry stared at the older man for a long moment. Then he folded the letter, slid it back into the envelope, and set it on the table between them. "Winston. Explain." And there it was, the slight shift in Winston's posture, the way he turned the Scotch glass in his hand. Harry had been trained to read body language since he could walk, and right now, Winston's body language said, "I've been keeping something from you for 15 years, and I'm not proud of it. Your parents," Winston began, "did not die in a car accident." The silence that followed had a physical weight. "Your parents were murdered," Winston continued, his voice steady and precise, the way it always was when he was delivering information he considered important. "By a man, a wizard, named Voldemort. They were wizards themselves, Harry. James and Lily Potter. Prominent members of a hidden magical society that exists parallel to the world you and I operate in. Voldemort was waging a war within that society, and your parents opposed him. He came to their home on October 31st, 1997, and he killed them both. Then he tried to kill you." Harry's face was very still. He didn't interrupt. He didn't move. "He failed," Winston said. "Whatever he did to you, whatever curse he used, it rebounded. It destroyed his body. It left you with that scar. And it made you famous, Harry. In the magical world, you are one of the most famous people alive. They call you the boy who lived. That's a stupid name." "I agree. Keep talking." Winston took a measured sip of scotch. "You were supposed to be taken to your mother's relatives. A Muggle family, non-magical, that's the term they use. A man named Albus Dumbledore arranged it. He's the headmaster of this school." Winston gestured at the letter. "But the man transporting you, a half-giant named Hagrid, riding a flying motorcycle, if you can believe it, was involved in an accident over London. Not a car accident. A midair collision with a rogue enchantment. You fell. The motorcycle crashed. Hagrid survived but lost you in the chaos. And you found me. A friend found you. In a dumpster behind a pub in Southwark, wrapped in a blanket, crying your lungs out. My friend brought you to me because he didn't know what else to do with a baby, and Winston paused. It was a small pause, barely noticeable, but Harry noticed it. I recognized the scar. I'd heard rumors. The magical world is not as hidden from the criminal underworld as it thinks it is, we've had dealings with their kind for centuries. Gold coins. Magical artifacts. The occasional contract that crosses the boundary between worlds. I knew what you were. I knew what you were worth. Worth, Harry repeated. To the right people. To Dumbledore, who spent the next 15 years searching for you. To the followers of Voldemort, who would have killed you in your crib. To the Ministry of Magic, their government, who declared you missing, presumed dead, for over a decade. Winston met Harry's eyes. I kept you because you needed protecting. And because he stopped again. Winston was not a man who discussed emotions. He had taught Harry the same reticence. You kept me because you wanted a son, Harry said. Not accusatory. Just factual. Winston said nothing for a moment. Then, yes. Harry picked up the envelope and looked at it again. You said I was a wizard. I've never done any magic. You have. You just didn't know what it was. Harry frowned. And then, slowly, understanding moved across his face. Grigoriev, he said. Grigoriev, Winston confirmed. Harry was 7. A man named Grigoriev, a former client with a grudge, had come to the Continental with a knife, intent on killing Winston. He'd cornered them in Winston's office. Harry remembered the moment with the kind of crystalline clarity that trauma produces, the knife coming down, Winston's blood on the carpet, and then something erupting from Harry's chest, a force like a shockwave, and Grigoriev flying backward through the office wall. Not the door. Through the wall. The plaster had exploded outward. Grigoriev had landed in the hallway with 3 broken ribs and a fractured skull. Harry had thought it was adrenaline. Some freak burst of strength. He'd been 7. After that, Winston said, I made inquiries. Quiet ones. There are witches and wizards who operate outside their government's oversight, black market types, the kind who deal in our world. I found one willing to train you. Discreetly. Ms. Voss, Harry said, and the pieces clicked together like a gun being assembled. Ms. Voss. The stern German woman who'd come to the Continental every Saturday from the time Harry was 8 until he was 13. Winston had told him she was teaching him alternative disciplines. Harry had thought it was some kind of specialized martial art. The exercises were strange, focused on breathing, visualization, willpower. She'd had him move objects with his mind. Light candles without matches. She'd given him a polished stick, a wand, Harry now realized, and taught him words in Latin and told him to mean them. He'd been doing magic for years. The wand, Harry said. Where is it? In your room. The case beneath your bed. Harry knew the case. Black leather, locked, Winston had told him never to open it until he said so. Harry had picked the lock when he was 11, found the wand inside, dark wood, 12 inches, with a strange warmth to it, and put it back, deciding he'd ask about it when the time was right. Why now? Harry asked. This letter. Why is it coming now? I'm 15. Because Dumbledore found you. Winston's voice carried a new edge. I don't know how. I've been very careful. But Albus Dumbledore is, by all accounts, one of the most brilliant wizards alive, and 15 years is a long time to search. He found you, and he sent this letter, and I suspect that if you don't respond, he'll come here in person. Which would be complicated. You don't want him here. I don't want him anywhere near this hotel. The Continental's neutrality depends on its separation from outside political conflicts, and the magical world is on the brink of a war. Voldemort is returning. My sources confirm it. He's been rebuilding his power base for years, making alliances, some of which extend into our world. Into the High Table's sphere of influence. Harry went very still. The High Table is working with a dark wizard. Elements of it. Not officially. But money is money, and Voldemort has access to resources, magical resources, that certain members of the High Table find very attractive. It's an alliance of convenience. For now. Harry leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. The fireplace crackled. Somewhere in the hotel, a piano was playing. The Continental always had live music in the evenings, even when the guests were killers. You want me to go to this school, Harry said. I want you to consider it. Why? Because Voldemort killed your parents. Because he tried to kill you. Because he's coming back, and when he does, he'll come for you. He has to. Harry, you're the symbol of his greatest failure. And right now, you're operating with half your arsenal. You've had basic magical training from a black market witch who taught you enough to defend yourself, but you have no idea what you're truly capable of. This school can give you that. Harry looked at Winston. And what does Dumbledore want from me? He wants a weapon. He spent 15 years searching for his lost savior, the boy who lived, the child of prophecy. He wants to aim you at Voldemort and pull the trigger. Child of prophecy. There's a prophecy. I don't know the full contents. But it connects you to Voldemort, marks you as the one who can destroy him. So I'm a gun. To Dumbledore? Yes. To me, you're my son. And I'm telling you to go to that school not because some old wizard wants to use you, but because you deserve to understand what you are. All of what you are. Winston leaned forward. You've never been afraid of anything in your life, Harry. Don't start now. Harry was quiet for a long time. He drank his coffee. He watched the fire. I'll go, he said. On my terms. I wouldn't expect anything less. I'm not hiding what I am. I'm not pretending to be some lost orphan who's grateful for the opportunity. I walk in as myself, or I don't walk in at all. Agreed. And I'm taking my weapons. Winston raised an eyebrow. All of them, Harry said. The older man considered this, then picked up his scotch. I'll have Sharon pack you a trunk. The room beneath the Continental, the one that didn't appear on any blueprint, the one you reached through a hidden panel in the wine cellar, was Harry's armory. He stood in the center of it now, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, surrounded by the tools of his trade. The walls were pegboard, and every inch was occupied. Handguns on the left, 2 Heckler & Koch P30 LS that were his daily carry, a Glock 19 for backup, a Sig Sauer P365 for concealment. Shotguns on the right, a Benelli M4, a Keltec KSG. One long rifle he rarely used, a Remington 700 with a custom scope, for the jobs that required distance. The center table held the blades. Harry had always preferred blades. There was an intimacy to them that guns lacked, a requirement for precision and proximity that appealed to something deep in his training. His collection was specific, a pair of custom-forged karambits with blackened steel blades and wrapped handles, a straight-edged Tonto knife he wore on his forearm, and a single, beautiful Fairbairn Sykes fighting knife that Earl had given him on his 14th birthday with the inscription "Make it count" etched into the blade. And then there was the wand. Harry retrieved the black leather case from where he'd moved it last night, opened it, and lifted the wand from its velvet lining. Dark holly, 12 inches, with a core that Ms. Voss had told him was phoenix feather, rare, powerful, temperamental. The wand hummed in his hand the way it always did, a low vibration that traveled up his arm and settled in his chest like a second heartbeat. He'd practiced with it in secret for years, even after Ms. Voss stopped coming. The spells she'd taught him, Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Protego, Reducto, Incendio, he drilled them the way he drilled with firearms, repetition after repetition until they were muscle memory. He'd also experimented on his own, pushing the limits of what the wand could do, discovering that magic responded to intent as much as incantation. He could throw people without speaking. He could shield himself with a thought. He could, on one memorable occasion when he was 14 and very angry, reduce a concrete wall to powder with a wave of his hand. He was, by any standard he could find in the few magical texts Ms. Voss had left him, abnormally powerful. He didn't know why. He suspected it had something to do with the scar. Harry holstered the wand in a custom sleeve he'd had built into his coat, right side, quick draw, just like a pistol, and began selecting what he'd bring to Hogwarts. "You're not going to a war zone," said a voice from the doorway. Harry didn't look up. Every new environment is a potential war zone. You taught me that. Sharon stepped into the armory, ducking slightly. The doorframe was low, and Sharon was tall. He was carrying a garment bag and had a look on his face that Harry recognized as affectionate exasperation. "Winston asked me to arrange your wardrobe. The school has a dress code." "Robes." "I'm not wearing robes. You'll need to blend in." "I don't blend in, Sharon. I've never blended in. I'm a 15-year-old assassin with a lightning bolt scar who was raised in a hotel for professional killers. Blending in was never really on the table. Sharon laid the garment bag over the one empty section of table. You could at least try not to terrify the other children on your first day. Harry picked up one of the karambits, tested its edge with his thumb, and slid it into the sheath on his belt. I'll terrify whoever needs terrifying. No more, no less. You sound like Winston. Worse things to sound like. Sharon watched him pack. There was a heaviness in the older man's eyes that Harry pretended not to see. Sharon had been there from the beginning, had fed Harry bottles at 3 in the morning, had taught him to read using the Continental's guest ledger, had bandaged his knuckles after his first fist fight at age 9 and his first knife fight at age 12. If Winston was Harry's father, Sharon was his. Harry didn't have a word for it, exactly. Sharon was Sharon. You're worried, Harry said. I am. Don't be. You're walking into a world you don't fully understand, among people who have been living in it their entire lives. Some of them will be hostile. Some will want to use you. And you, Sharon paused, choosing his words. You have a tendency, Harry, to resolve complex situations with violence. Violence is efficient. Violence is a tool. And like any tool, it has appropriate applications. Shooting a schoolmate because they insult you is not an appropriate application. I'm not going to shoot anyone. Harry slid the Fairbairn Sykes knife into its ankle sheath. Probably. Harry. Harry straightened and met Karen's eyes. And beneath the dry humor, beneath the lethal calm, there was something real, something young, that flickered across his face for just a moment. I'll be careful, he said. I promise. Sharon held his gaze, then nodded slowly. Your trunk is being prepared. Winston has arranged transport, apparently there's a train, of all things. Leaves from King's Cross, platform 9 3/4. 9 3/4. You walk through a wall. Of course you do. 3 days later, Harry stood in King's Cross station at 10:30 in the morning, wearing a black suit, black overcoat, and black shoes, carrying a single leather bag and pulling a trunk that weighed considerably more than any school trunk should, on account of the concealed weapons compartment that Sharon had built into the bottom. He looked at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He looked at his ticket, which read platform 9 3/4, Hogwarts Express, 11 a.m. He looked back at the barrier. Then he walked through it. The transition was seamless, one moment brick, the next moment open air and the sound of a steam engine and the chattering of hundreds of teenagers in robes. A scarlet locomotive sat at the platform, belching steam, the words Hogwarts Express gleaming in gold on its side. The platform was packed with families, parents hugging children, owls hooting in cages, cats winding between legs, trunks being loaded. Every single person was wearing robes. Harry, in his tailored black suit, stood out like a bullet hole in a white wall. He didn't care. He moved through the crowd with the particular walk that Yuri had drilled into him, balanced, centered, weight on the balls of his feet, aware of every person within arm's reach without appearing to look at any of them. A woman with red hair and a kind face glanced at him curiously as he passed. A cluster of older students, 16, 17, stopped talking and stared. A small boy with a round face actually tripped over his own trunk trying to get out of Harry's way. Harry boarded the train, found an empty compartment at the rear of the train, closest to the exit, with sight lines down the corridor in both directions, and sat by the window. He placed his bag on the seat beside him, positioned so he could reach the concealed holster inside it in under a second, and waited. The train pulled out of the station at exactly 11 o'clock. London rolled past the windows, then suburbs, then countryside, green and grey under a heavy October sky. 20 minutes into the journey, the compartment door slid open. A girl stood there, bushy brown hair pulled back, sharp eyes, a prefect's badge on her robes. She was already scanning him with the kind of rapid assessment that Harry recognized because he did it himself. "You're new," she said. "Not a question." "I am. I'm Hermione Granger. I'm a prefect. I don't recognize you, and you're not wearing your uniform." "Harry Potter. I don't have a uniform. And I won't be wearing one." The name hit her like a physical force. Her eyes went wide, darted to his forehead. He could see her searching for the scar under his hair, and then back to his face. "Harry Potter," she repeated. You're Harry Potter." "The Harry Potter? I'm the only one I'm aware of." "But you've been missing. For 15 years. Everyone thought you were dead. There were search parties, investigations, Dumbledore himself. I wasn't dead. I was busy." She stared at him. He could see her mind working. The girl was clearly intelligent, processing information at speed, fitting pieces together. "Where have you been?" she breathed. "Around." "That's not an answer." "It's the answer you're getting." Her eyes narrowed. Not angry, interested. She stepped into the compartment and sat across from him without being invited, which amused him slightly. "You're joining 5th year. There's no precedent for that. You'd have missed 4 years of magical education. I've had magical education." "From whom?" "From someone very good at it." "You're being deliberately evasive." "I'm being deliberately private." "There's a difference." She studied him for a long moment, and Harry could see her filing him away, categorizing him, deciding how he fit into her understanding of the world. He'd met people like her before, brilliant, driven, certain that knowledge was the key to everything. They were usually right. "You should know," she said, "that your arrival is going to cause a lot of attention. The wizarding world has been talking about you for 15 years. You're in the history books. There are theories about what happened to you. Some people think Dumbledore hid you, some think the Death Eaters took you, some think you're dead. You mentioned. Some think you'll be the one to stop Voldemort." She said the name without flinching, which Harry noted. Most people in the magical world apparently couldn't bring themselves to say it. This girl could. "What do you think?" Harry asked. Hermione Granger looked at him, really looked at him, in a way that most people didn't, because most people stopped at the surface. She looked at the way he sat, the way his hands rested, the way his eyes tracked the corridor outside the compartment even while he was talking to her. She looked at the calluses on his knuckles and the faint scar on his left hand where a knife had slipped during training when he was 11. "I think," she said slowly, "that wherever you've been, it wasn't somewhere soft." "No," Harry agreed. "It wasn't." The compartment door slid open again. This time, 3 boys. The one in front was blonde, pale, with a pointed face and the unmistakable posture of someone who'd been told he was important his entire life. The 2 behind him were large, thick, and clearly present in a bodyguard capacity. Harry almost laughed at that. They were 16, maybe, and they held themselves like men who'd never been in a real fight. "So it's true," the blonde boy said. His voice was a drawl, practiced and condescending. "Harry Potter. On the Hogwarts Express. I thought it was a rumor, but here you are." "Here I am," Harry said. "I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy." "I didn't ask." Draco's pale face flushed. "I'm trying to introduce myself. My father, Lucius Malfoy. Death Eater. Claimed to be under the Imperius Curse to avoid Azkaban after the First War. Currently a senior member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors and a significant donor to the Minister of Magic's political campaigns. Net worth estimated at 40 million galleons, most of it inherited." Harry delivered this without inflection, the way he'd deliver a target dossier. "I know who you are, Draco. I did my research before I got on this train." The compartment was very quiet. Draco's mouth was slightly open. Behind him, The two large boys had gone still in the particular way that people go still when they realize they're in the presence of something they don't understand. Hermione was staring at Harry with a mixture of shock and something that looked almost like delight. "Your father," Harry continued, "is a servant of the man who murdered my parents. So let me be very clear about something, since we're doing introductions, I am not your friend. I am not your ally. I am not someone you want to test. If your father sends you to try to recruit me, intimidate me, or gather intelligence on me, I'll know, and I will respond accordingly. If you decide, independently, that you'd like to be a decent human being and not a carbon copy of a coward who hides behind money and a mask, then we can have a different conversation. But right now, in this moment, walk away." Draco Malfoy's face went through several colors. His hand twitched toward his robe, toward his wand, Harry assumed. "Don't," Harry said softly. Something in that single word, the absolute certainty of it, the quiet promise of consequences, made Draco's hand stop. His eyes met Harry's, and whatever he saw there made him take a step backward. "You'll regret this," Draco said. But his voice had lost its drawl. It was just a boy's voice now, thin and uncertain. "I don't do regret," Harry said. "It's inefficient." Draco turned and walked away. His bodyguards followed. The compartment door slid shut. Hermione let out a breath she'd apparently been holding. "That was, how did you know all that about his father?" "I told you. Research. Most people don't research their classmates' parents' criminal histories before attending school. Most people didn't have their parents murdered by a Dark Lord. I prepare for the environments I enter. It's how I've stayed alive." She was quiet for a moment. "Then, what did you mean, respond accordingly? What would you have done if he'd drawn his wand?" Harry looked at her. "He wouldn't have gotten it out of his pocket." "That's not an answer." "You're right. It's not." She watched him, and he could see the exact moment she decided not to press it. Smart girl. They rode in silence for a while, watching the countryside darken as the train moved north. Other students came to the compartment door. Word was spreading through the train, Harry Potter, he's here, he's alive," but something about the look on Harry's face kept them from entering. Hermione stayed. She pulled out a book, Advanced Defensive Theory, and read, glancing up at Harry periodically as if she expected him to disappear. Around 4 o'clock, she set the book down. "You're going to need a friend at Hogwarts," she said. "Someone who knows the castle, knows the people, knows the politics. Are you volunteering? I'm offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. I help you navigate the school. You tell me where you've been for 15 years, because it's going to drive me absolutely insane if I don't find out." Harry almost smiled. "Almost. I'll think about it." "Good enough." The train slowed. A voice echoed through the corridors, announcing their arrival. Harry stood, collected his bag, and slung it over his shoulder. "Hermione." "Yes." "The book you're reading." Chapter 12. The section on shield charms. The author's wrong about the limitations of nonverbal casting. A sufficiently motivated caster can maintain a protego indefinitely without speaking, as long as their intent is strong enough. She blinked. "How do you know that?" "Because I can do it." He walked out of the compartment and into the corridor, leaving her staring after him. Hogwarts was a castle. An actual, medieval, towering out of the darkness castle, perched on a cliff above a black lake, lit from within by 1,000 flickering lights that turned its windows into eyes. Harry stood at the edge of the lake with the other students, most of whom had arrived by carriage, while Harry had walked the path from the station alone, and looked up at it. He felt nothing in particular. He'd seen impressive buildings before. The Continental in New York was a work of art. The high tables chamber beneath the Paris Opera House was breathtaking. But there was something about this castle, a pull, deep in his chest, like a hook behind his sternum drawing him forward. The magic of the place. It was alive. He could feel it the way he could feel the hum of his wand, a resonance that went bone deep. The doors opened. A woman was waiting, tall, stern, green robes, a pointed hat, and a face that suggested she had never tolerated nonsense in her life and was not about to start. "Mr. Potter," she said. "I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. The headmaster is expecting you. Follow me." She led him through corridors that moved, literally moved, staircases shifting, paintings turning their heads to watch him pass, suits of armor creaking as if they wanted to salute but couldn't quite remember how. The other students were being directed to what McGonagall called the Great Hall for the welcoming feast. Harry was being directed somewhere else. McGonagall stopped before a stone gargoyle and said "lemon sherbet," which was apparently a password, because the gargoyle leaped aside and a spiral staircase rose from the floor. Harry climbed. The office at the top was exactly what he expected, cluttered, eccentric, full of whirring silver instruments and old books and a fireplace that burned with flames that were slightly too blue. A scarlet bird sat on a perch near the window, watching him with knowing eyes. And behind the desk, rising to greet him, was the oldest man Harry had ever seen. Tall, thin, with a silver beard that reached his waist and half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. His eyes were blue and sharp and terrifyingly intelligent, and they were looking at Harry with an expression that was equal parts relief, grief, and calculation. "Harry," said Albus Dumbledore. "Please sit down." "I'll stand." A flicker across the old man's face, surprise, quickly controlled. "As you wish. May I offer you a lemon drop?" "No." "A drink?" "No." "Very well." Dumbledore settled back into his chair and regarded Harry over his spectacles. "You are not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "A boy who had been raised by his aunt and uncle in Surrey. That was the plan. A normal childhood, or as normal as possible, until you were old enough to understand your destiny." "My destiny. There is a prophecy, I know about the prophecy. I know about Voldemort. I know about my parents. I know about the scar. I know about the Horcruxes." Harry saw the flinch, the way Dumbledore's blue eyes widened for just a fraction of a second. "Oh yes. I know about those too. My father, my adoptive father, has spent 15 years building an intelligence network that spans both the magical and non-magical worlds. Did you think I'd walk in here uninformed?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The silver instruments whirred. The phoenix on its perch let out a low, mournful trill. "You know about the Horcruxes," Dumbledore said quietly. "May I ask how?" "You may ask. I won't answer." "Harry, let me be clear, Professor, because I have no interest in spending months in a chess game with you. You're a brilliant man. Everything I've read about you confirms that. You're also a manipulator. You move people like pieces on a board, and you sacrifice them when it serves the greater good. My parents trusted you, and they're dead. You assigned a half-giant to fly a baby across London in the middle of the night and lost me for 15 years. You've been running a war against Voldemort through a secret organization called the Order of the Phoenix while simultaneously serving as headmaster of a school full of children. None of this inspires confidence in your judgment." The office was silent. "But," Harry continued, "you have something I need. Knowledge. Resources. Access to the magical world's infrastructure. And I have something you need, me. The boy who lived. The weapon you've been searching for." He met Dumbledore's eyes without flinching. "So here's my offer. I attend your school. I learn what I need to learn. I destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes and then I destroy Voldemort. In exchange, you give me full access to everything you know, no secrets, no manipulation, no moving me around your chessboard without my knowledge. If I find out you're withholding information from me or working behind my back, I walk. And I handle Voldemort on my own terms, which I promise you will be significantly messier and more public than whatever careful plan you've been developing." Dumbledore studied him. The blue eyes were no longer twinkling. They were sharp, focused, the eyes of a man who was recalculating everything he'd assumed. "You are remarkably well informed for a 15-year-old, Dumbledore said. "I was raised by remarkable people. People in the criminal underworld. People who taught me to survive. People who told me the truth, even when it was ugly. Can you say the same?" Another silence. Then Dumbledore leaned back and folded his hands. "I accept your terms," he said. "With one condition." "Name it." "You must be sorted. You must attend classes. You must, to whatever degree you find tolerable, be a student at this school. Not because I wish to control you, but because the students and staff need to see you as one of them. If you walk these halls as a weapon, they'll fear you. If you walk them as a student, however unconventional, they may come to trust you. And you will need their trust, Harry, before the end." Harry considered this. It wasn't unreasonable. And trust, in his experience, was a valuable currency. "Fine," he said. "But I'm not wearing the robes. I'm sure we can reach a compromise on the dress code. And I'm keeping my weapons." Dumbledore paused. "Weapons? All of them?" The old wizard stared at him for a moment that stretched. Then, very quietly, he said, "What exactly has Winston been teaching you?" Harry reached into his coat and drew one of the HKP-30LS in a motion so fast it was barely visible. He didn't aim it at anyone, just held it up, flat on his palm, displayed like a tool being shown to a colleague. Dumbledore looked at the gun, then at Harry, then back at the gun. "A Muggle weapon," Dumbledore said. "A weapon that fires a projectile faster than any wizard can cast a shield charm. A weapon that works in anti-magic zones, near magical interference, in complete silence with the right suppressor. A weapon that doesn't care if you're a pureblood or a Muggleborn or the most powerful Dark Lord in history, it puts a hole in you just the same." Harry slid the gun back into its holster. "In my experience, Professor, wizards have a blind spot the size of this castle when it comes to the non-magical world. Voldemort shares that blind spot. I intend to exploit it." Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. "You're right," he said finally. "I did expect a boy from Surrey. What I've gotten is something else entirely. Is that a problem?" "On the contrary. It may be exactly what we need." He reached into his desk and produced a battered old hat, brown, floppy, patched in several places. "But first things first. You need to be sorted." He placed the hat on the desk. It twitched. "Put it on," Dumbledore said. Harry picked up the hat and put it on his head. "Oh my," said a voice inside his skull. "Oh my, oh my. Well, this is different." Harry went still. He didn't show surprise on his face, he'd trained that out of himself years ago, but his hand moved instinctively toward the knife at his belt. "No need for that," the voice said. "I'm the Sorting Hat. I've been doing this for 1,000 years. But I must say, you're the first student I've encountered who walked in here armed like a small army." "Get out of my head," Harry thought. "I need to be in your head, dear boy. That's how this works. I need to see who you are to know where you belong. Now let me see, courage, yes, plenty of that. Loyalty to those you love, fierce loyalty, almost violent. Intelligence, certainly. Ambition." The hat paused. "You want to kill a man," it said. "Not out of hatred. Out of purpose. You've decided that Voldemort's death is a problem to be solved, and you intend to solve it with the same precision you'd apply to any contract." "Yes," Harry thought. "And after that?" "After that, I clean house. Both worlds. The High Table and the Ministry. They're both rotten, and they've both built their power on the backs of people who can't fight back. That ends. That's quite an ambition. It's not ambition. It's a plan. The hat was quiet for a moment. You know, it said, in 1,000 years, I've sorted heroes and villains, saints and monsters. You're none of those things. You're something rarer, someone who knows exactly what they are and isn't ashamed of it. So where do I go? Where do you want to go? Wherever I'll be most effective. The hat chuckled, a strange sensation, feeling a laugh inside your own skull. Gryffindor, the hat shouted. Harry removed the hat and set it on the desk. Dumbledore was watching him with an unreadable expression. Gryffindor, the old wizard said. Your parents' house. Convenient. Fate often is. Dumbledore stood. The feast is still underway. I'll have Professor McGonagall show you to the Great Hall. Your sorting will be announced. He paused. Harry. One more thing. Yes. The scar on your forehead. It connects you to Voldemort. It's more than a wound, it's a link, a bridge between your mind and his. He may be able to see what you see. Feel what you feel. You need to learn to close that connection. I'm aware of the connection, Harry said. I've felt it for years. A presence at the edge of my mind. Cold. Hungry. You can feel him. I can feel something. I've been occluding it instinctively. Ms. Voss taught me basic mental shielding before I understood what it was for. But yes. I know he's out there. I know he's aware of me. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. And I want him to be. I want him to look through this connection and see what's coming for him. He walked to the door, then stopped. Professor. Yes, Harry. The prophecy. Neither can live while the other survives. I've read the fragments that leaked from the Department of Mysteries. Is there more? Dumbledore's silence was an answer. You'll tell me the full prophecy, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Soon. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. I will. Harry opened the door and descended the spiral staircase, leaving the old wizard alone with his phoenix and his whirring silver instruments and the weight of 15 years of miscalculation. The Great Hall was everything and nothing like Harry expected. Candles floated in midair. The ceiling was an illusion, or not an illusion, exactly, more like a window into the sky above, showing stars and drifting clouds. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students in black robes, and at the head of the room, a high table held the faculty. The noise was enormous, the buzz of hundreds of teenagers eating, talking, laughing. Professor McGonagall walked Harry to the front of the hall. The buzz died. It didn't fade, it died, like someone had hit a mute button. Every head turned. Every eye fixed on the boy in the black suit who was walking between the tables like he owned the building. McGonagall's voice rang out, amplified by magic. Students and staff, I have an announcement. We are pleased to welcome a new student to Hogwarts this year, joining us in 5th year. Please welcome Harry Potter to Gryffindor House. The silence held for one heartbeat. 2. 3. Then the hall erupted. Not in applause, in shock. In gasps and whispered shouts and the scraping of benches as people stood to get a better look. Harry heard his name repeated like a spell, Potter, Potter, Harry Potter, it's him, it's actually him, and he walked through the noise without acknowledging it, following McGonagall's gesture toward the Gryffindor table. He sat at the far end, near the wall, where he could see both the main entrance and the side door behind the faculty table. Old habits. Hermione Granger materialized beside him within seconds, dropping onto the bench with the energy of someone who'd been waiting for this moment all evening. I knew it, she said. I knew they'd put you in Gryffindor. The hat always knows. The hat is an opinionated piece of clothing with boundary issues. A bark of laughter from across the table, a tall boy with red hair and freckles, who'd clearly been mid-bite of something when Harry sat down and was now choking slightly. He swallowed, pounded his chest, and stuck out his hand. Ron Weasley. Bloody hell, you're really Harry Potter. Harry shook his hand. Firm grip. Honest face. The kind of person who said exactly what he was thinking at all times, which Harry found either refreshing or exhausting depending on his mood. Welcome to Gryffindor, Ron said. Fair warning, the common room gets cold, the stairs move when you're not expecting it, and Hermione will try to make you study. I do not, I merely suggest that academic excellence, she'll try to make you study, Ron repeated, grinning. Harry looked at them, Hermione with her sharp eyes and barely contained curiosity, Ron with his open face and easy humor, and felt something he hadn't expected. Something warm and unfamiliar and slightly uncomfortable. He ignored it. Warmth was a luxury. He was here to work. The feast continued around him, and Harry ate mechanically, good food, better than he expected, though not as good as the Continental's kitchen, while cataloguing the room. Faculty, Dumbledore at the center, McGonagall to his left, a man in black robes with greasy hair and a hooked nose who was staring at Harry with undisguised loathing, Snape, Harry guessed, the double agent, the spy, the man who'd been in love with his mother, a small man in a purple turban who kept twitching, a large woman covered in shawls who was peering at Harry through massive spectacles like he was a specimen. Students, the Slytherin table, where Draco Malfoy was eating in furious silence, his two bodyguards flanking him. The Ravenclaw table, where a blonde girl was reading a magazine upside down. The Hufflepuff table, where a boy with dark hair kept glancing at Harry and then quickly away. Threats, unknown. The castle was too large, too open, too full of hidden passages and moving architecture to secure. Harry would need time to map it, learn its rhythms, find its blind spots. But that was for tomorrow. Tonight, he let himself sit in the warmth of the great hall, surrounded by people who had no idea what he was, and ate his dinner. A girl 2 seats down, young, maybe 13, with bright red hair and freckles that marked her as Ron's sister, was staring at him with the kind of wide-eyed intensity that Harry usually associated with someone who was either starstruck or about to throw up. "You all right?" he asked. She turned scarlet. "Fine. I'm fine. I'm Ginny Weasley. Ron's sister. You're Harry Potter." "So I've been told. You're different than I expected." "What did you expect?" "I don't know. Someone softer." Harry looked at her for a moment. Then, for the first time since he'd arrived, he smiled. It was a small smile, barely there, gone as quickly as it appeared. But it was real. "Soft gets you killed," he said. The feast ended. Students streamed toward their dormitories. Ron and Hermione walked Harry to Gryffindor Tower, chattering about the castle, about classes, about Quidditch, a sport played on broomsticks that sounded like someone had designed it while drunk and then decided the injuries were a feature, not a bug. The common room was warm, all red and gold, with a fireplace and squashy armchairs and the feeling of a place where people had been comfortable for centuries. Students kept coming up to Harry, to stare, to introduce themselves, to ask where he'd been, to just be near him, and he endured it with the patience of a man sitting through a necessary briefing. Finally, when the crowd thinned, he climbed the stairs to the fifth-year boys' dormitory, found his trunk already placed beside an empty bed, and sat down on the mattress. He pulled the wand from his coat and held it. Felt the hum of it, the connection, the warmth. Then he reached under the trunk, opened the concealed compartment, and ran his fingers over the weapons inside. The 2P30 LS. The karambits. The Fairbairn Sykes knife. 3 spare magazines. A garrote wire, thin as a guitar string. He closed the compartment, lay back on the bed, and stared at the canopy above him. Somewhere, out in the darkness beyond the castle, he could feel it, the cold presence at the edge of his mind, pressing against his shields like fingers testing a locked door. "I'm here," Harry thought. Not to Voldemort. To himself. To his parents. To Winston and Sharon and the world he'd come from. "I'm here." And I'm not leaving until the job is done. He closed his eyes. He didn't sleep, he rarely slept deeply, another gift of his upbringing, but he rested, listening to the unfamiliar sounds of the castle settling around him, the snoring of his dorm mates, the distant hoot of an owl. Tomorrow, classes would begin. Tomorrow, he'd start learning what this world could teach him. Tomorrow, the boy who lived would show them what he'd become. But tonight, in the quiet dark of Gryffindor Tower, Harry Potter allowed himself one small, private moment of something that might have been hope. It sat strangely in his chest, foreign and fragile, like a bird cupped in hands that were more accustomed to holding weapons. He let it stay. Just for tonight. Chapter 2, Rules of Engagement. Harry woke at 4:47 a.m., 13 minutes before his internal clock would have pulled him out of sleep anyway. The dormitory was dark, filled with the rhythmic breathing of 4 other boys, and something had triggered his instincts, a shift in the air, a presence that hadn't been there when he'd closed his eyes. He didn't move. Didn't open his eyes fully. Just let his lids crack a fraction and scanned the room through his lashes the way Yuri had taught him. First rule of waking up in a hostile environment: never let them know you're awake until you know who them is. A cat. A skeletal, dust-colored cat with lamp-like yellow eyes was sitting at the foot of his bed, staring at him with an intensity that was decidedly unnatural for a house pet. Harry watched it for a moment. The cat watched back. Then it turned, leaped silently to the floor, and slipped out through the crack in the dormitory door. Harry sat up. The other beds held sleeping forms. Ron Weasley sprawled diagonally across his mattress with one leg hanging off the side, a boy named Seamus Finnegan curled in a tight ball, Dean Thomas flat on his back, and Neville Longbottom clutching his pillow like it might escape. Harry swung his legs off the bed, dressed in the dark, black trousers, black shirt, shoulder holster with one P30L, wand in its forearm sleeve, the Tonto knife on his left side, and pulled on his overcoat. He moved through the common room and out the portrait hole before the fat lady was fully awake, and she sputtered something indignant at his back that he didn't bother catching. The castle at 5 in the morning was a different creature than it had been the night before. The corridors were empty, lit by guttering torches that cast long shadows, and the silence had a depth to it that Harry recognized, the silence of a large building holding its breath. The portraits along the walls were sleeping in their frames, heads lolled back, some of them snoring. A ghost drifted through a wall 30 meters ahead, a pearly white figure in a ruff and tights, and disappeared without noticing him. Harry spent the next 2 hours mapping. He moved through the castle systematically, floor by floor, memorizing corridors, noting doors, testing which ones were locked and which were merely stuck. He counted staircases and timed their rotations. They moved on patterns, he realized, not randomly. The pattern was complex, shifting based on the day of the week and possibly the phase of the moon, but it was a pattern, and patterns could be learned. He found 7 hidden passages in the first hour alone, most of them concealed behind tapestries or trick walls that responded to touch or spoken words. He catalogued each one, where it started, where it ended, whether it was large enough to move through quickly. 2 of them led outside the castle entirely, one to a spot near the greenhouses, another to the edge of the forest. The forest. Harry stood at a window on the 3rd floor and looked out at it, dense, dark, stretching to the horizon. The Forbidden Forest, Hermione had called it last night. Full of dangerous magical creatures. Full of hiding places. Full of approaches an enemy could use. He filed it away and kept moving. By 6:30, he'd covered the first 4 floors, the main staircase system, the entrance hall, and the ground floor corridors. He'd identified the kitchens, behind a painting of a fruit bowl, tickled a pear, and it giggled and turned into a door handle, which was the most deranged security measure he'd ever encountered, the hospital wing, the staff room, and 3 bathrooms, one of which had a ghost living in it who shrieked when he opened the door and then immediately tried to flirt with him. He'd also identified the primary choke points, places where the corridors narrowed or the stairs created bottlenecks, and mentally flagged them as defensive positions. He was studying a particularly interesting stretch of blank wall on the 7th floor when footsteps echoed behind him. "You're up early." Harry turned. The woman standing at the end of the corridor was young, mid-20s, maybe, with a heart-shaped face and hair that was, at this particular moment, a vivid shade of bubblegum pink. She wore a leather jacket over what appeared to be a Weird Sisters concert t-shirt, ripped jeans, and combat boots. She also had a wand in her hand, held loosely at her side, and she was looking at Harry with the particular expression of someone who was simultaneously amused and cautious. "Harry Potter, right?" she said. "I'm Tonks. Just Tonks. Don't call me by my first name unless you want a hex." "What's your first name?" "Nymphadora. And I will literally jinx you." "Noted. Why are you here?" She walked toward him, boots loud on the stone floor. "I'm an Auror. That's magical law enforcement. Dumbledore asked the Ministry to assign additional security to the castle this year, given the current situation. I pulled the short straw." She grinned. "Actually, I volunteered. I wanted to meet the famous Harry Potter." "You've met me." "Disappointed?" "Bit younger than I expected. Bit more armed than I expected." Her eyes flicked to his left side, where the outline of the holster was just visible under his coat. "That's a gun." "Yes." "In a school?" "Yes." "Dumbledore's okay with that?" "Dumbledore and I have an understanding." She studied him for a moment, and Harry studied her back. She was trained, he could see it in her stance, the way she kept her weight balanced, the way her wand hand stayed loose and ready. But she wasn't rigid about it. She moved like someone who was good at what she did and didn't need to prove it. "So what are you doing up here at 6:30 in the morning?" she asked. "Reconnaissance." "Of your school?" "Of a building I'm going to be living in for the next 9 months. I'd like to know the exits." Tonks leaned against the wall and crossed her arms. There's something deeply unsettling about a 15-year-old who does tactical reconnaissance before breakfast. There's something deeply unsettling about a castle where the stairs move and the paintings spy on you and there's a giant squid in the lake. We all have our concerns. She laughed. It was a real laugh, sudden, loud, unself-conscious, and Harry found himself slightly disarmed by it. People in his world didn't laugh like that. People in his world laughed carefully, strategically, because showing genuine amusement was showing genuine vulnerability. "I think I like you, Potter," she said. "You're weird." "Thank you." That wasn't entirely a compliment. She pushed off the wall. "Come on. Breakfast starts in 30 minutes, and I've been told to make sure you actually eat meals like a normal human being instead of lurking in corridors like a well-dressed bat." "Who told you that?" "Dumbledore." In slightly more diplomatic language. They walked together toward the Great Hall, and Harry noticed 2 things about Tonks. First, she was clumsy, she tripped over a slightly raised flagstone, caught herself on a suit of armor, and nearly knocked the armor over in the process, which shouldn't have been possible for someone with combat training and yet clearly was. Second, her hair changed color twice during the walk, from pink to purple to a deep crimson, without her seeming to notice or care. "Your hair," Harry said. "HM. Oh. Yeah. I'm a metamorphmagus. Born with it. I can change my appearance at will, hair, face, body shape, the lot. Very useful for undercover work. Less useful when my emotions start leaking through and my hair turns colors based on my mood." "What does red mean?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" She caught his eye and grinned. "Hungry, usually. I'm starving." The Great Hall was beginning to fill when they arrived. Students trickled in from all 4 house tables, bleary-eyed and yawning, and Harry noticed the immediate ripple of attention as he entered. Heads turning, whispers starting, the rustling of the Hogwarts rumor mill cranking into gear. Tonks peeled off toward the staff table with a "see you around, Potter," and a mock salute, and Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table, where Hermione was already seated with a plate of toast, a pot of tea, and a copy of the Daily Prophet. "You're on the front page," she said without preamble, sliding the newspaper across to him. The headline read, "The Boy Who Lived, Returns. Harry Potter Found Alive After 15 Years, Enrolled at Hogwarts." Beneath it was a photograph, not of Harry, because there were no recent photographs of Harry, but an artist's rendering based on what appeared to be a description from someone on the train. The drawing made him look like a vampire in an overcoat. It was almost flattering. Harry scanned the article. It was mostly speculation and recycled history, the attack on his parents, his disappearance, the years of searching. There were quotes from ministry officials expressing delight at his return. A quote from Lucius Malfoy expressing concern about the circumstances of his absence. And a single, devastating sentence near the bottom: "Sources within Hogwarts suggest that Potter is not the frightened orphan the wizarding world expected, but rather a cold, unusually composed young man who arrived at the school armed and refused to wear the standard uniform." "Someone's already talking to the press," Harry said. "Of course they are. This is Hogwarts. Secrets last about 4 minutes here." Hermione took the paper back. "You should be prepared for more attention today. A lot more." Ron dropped into the seat beside her, yawning enormously. "Morning. What did I miss?" "Harry's famous," Hermione said. Harry was already famous. More famous. Brilliant. Ron reached for the toast. "So what classes have we got today?" Hermione produced a schedule. She had one for herself and had apparently obtained one for Harry as well, which impressed him, since it meant she'd gone to McGonagall's office before breakfast. Double potions with Snape first thing, then Transfiguration, lunch, Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Charms. "Snape first," Ron groaned. "Wonderful. The man hates everyone who isn't Slytherin, and he really hates Gryffindors. Fair warning, Harry, he'll probably target you." "Let him," Harry said. The potions classroom was underground, a cold, low-ceilinged dungeon with stone walls lined with jars of preserved things that Harry deliberately didn't examine too closely. The students filed in and took their seats at paired workbenches, and Harry noticed that the room was shared with Slytherin. Draco Malfoy was already seated at the front, flanked by his 2 bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle. Harry had learned their names, and he didn't look at Harry when he entered. Smart. Harry took a seat at the back, near the door. Hermione sat beside him, which he hadn't asked for but didn't object to. Ron sat behind them with Neville Longbottom, who was already sweating. The door slammed open. Severus Snape entered like a thunderclap, black robes billowing, lank hair framing a face that looked like it had been carved from pale stone by someone who didn't believe in joy. He swept to the front of the room and turned to face the class, and his dark eyes locked onto Harry with the precision of a targeting laser. "Ah," Snape said. "Our new celebrity." The room went still. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. Gracing us with his presence at last. Snape's voice was a silky murmur, each word placed like a chess piece. "Tell me, Potter, do you think that fame gives you an excuse to sit in the back of my classroom like a disinterested spectator?" "I sit near exits," Harry said. "Force of habit." "How dramatic." Snape moved closer. The class was frozen, watching. "I wonder, has your unconventional upbringing included any actual magical education, or are we starting from scratch? Perhaps a few questions to establish a baseline." His lip curled. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" "Draught of living death," Harry said. "A sleeping potion so powerful it mimics death." "The antidote is a Wiggenweld potion. The key to brewing it correctly is stirring counterclockwise 7 times after adding the saprophoros bean juice, which should be crushed with a silver dagger rather than cut. Crushing releases more juice." "Shall I continue?" Silence. Snape's expression didn't change, but something shifted behind his eyes. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? Stomach of a goat. It's a stone that neutralizes most poisons. You keep 3 in a jar on the second shelf to your left, behind the boomslang skin. Although if you're asking about practical applications, I carry one in my coat pocket at all times. When you work in an environment where people routinely try to poison each other, it's a sensible precaution. Someone in the back of the room made a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. Snape's jaw tightened. He stared at Harry for a long, poisonous moment. It seems, he said, that someone has taught you to parrot a textbook. How commendable. Let's see if you can actually brew. He flicked his wand at the blackboard, and instructions appeared in cramped handwriting. The Draught of Peace. A complex potion that calms anxiety and soothes agitation. You have 90 minutes. Begin. The class scrambled for ingredients. Harry didn't scramble. He moved to the supply cabinet with the same unhurried efficiency he applied to everything, selected his ingredients, powdered moonstone, syrup of hellebore, powdered porcupine quills, and returned to his workstation. Ms. Voss had taught him potions. Not formally, not the way Hogwarts taught them with cauldrons and recipes, but in the way that mattered, the principles. Potions were chemistry. Chemistry was precision. Precision was something Harry understood on a molecular level. He worked in silence, measuring, cutting, stirring. The potion shifted colors as it progressed, silver to blue to a shimmering turquoise. Beside him, Hermione was working with similar focus, though she kept glancing at his cauldron with a look of barely concealed surprise. Snape circled the room like a shark, pausing at each workstation to offer criticism. Neville's potion was the wrong color. Seamus's was emitting sparks. Ron's was acceptable but too thick. Draco's was technically correct but lacked the proper shimmer. When Snape reached Harry's station, he stopped. He looked at the potion, which was a perfect silvery vapor rising from a turquoise surface, exactly as described in the textbook. He said nothing. He moved on. At the end of 90 minutes, Harry bottled his potion and set it on Snape's desk. It was, as far as he could tell, flawless. Snape didn't comment on it. Didn't grade it in front of the class. Just took the bottle and set it aside with an expression that suggested he'd bitten into something sour. Dismissed, Snape said to the class. Then, as Harry was walking toward the door, Potter. Stay. Harry stopped. The other students filed out, casting curious glances back. Hermione hovered at the door until Harry gave her a slight nod, "Go, I'm fine," and she left. The dungeon was quiet. Snape stood behind his desk, arms folded, and Harry stood near the door, hands in his pockets. The two of them regarded each other across a distance of about 20 feet and a lifetime of complicated history. "You look like your father," Snape said. "I've been told. Your father was an arrogant, bullying fool who coasted on talent and charm and never once considered the consequences of his actions." Harry said nothing. He waited. "But your eyes." Something shifted in Snape's face, a crack in the stone, quickly sealed. "Your eyes are your mother's. You knew her." It wasn't a question. Harry had done his research. Severus Snape and Lily Evans, childhood friends turned something more complicated, separated by ideology and bad choices and a war that ground everyone in its path into different shapes. "I knew her," Snape said. His voice was different now, still cold, still controlled, but with a depth beneath it that Harry recognized. Grief. Old grief, the kind that calcifies into something hard and permanent. "She was the best person I ever knew. And I failed her." "How?" Snape's eyes sharpened. "That is none of your concern. You joined Voldemort. She didn't. You called her a mudblood, a slur for muggle-born witches and wizards, and she never forgave you. Then Voldemort killed her, and you switched sides because your grief outweighed your ideology. You've been Dumbledore's spy ever since." Harry recited it flatly, without emotion, the way he'd recite any intelligence briefing. Did I miss anything? The silence that followed was the most dangerous silence Harry had been in since the Cavallo job. Snape's face went white. His hand moved toward his wand, not a conscious movement, Harry thought, but an instinctive one, the reflexive reach of a man who'd spent decades operating under threat. Who told you that? Snape whispered. Does it matter? I know. I'm not going to use it against you. I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm telling you that I know so that we can skip the part where you pretend to hate me because I look like my father and I pretend not to understand why, and we can get to the part that actually matters. And what part is that? The part where you tell me about my mother. Not the intelligence. Not the spy stuff. I want to know who she was. What she laughed at. What made her angry. Whether she was kind, or fierce, or both. I want to know the things that don't appear in files. Snape stared at him. The stone face cracked again, and this time it didn't seal. Something raw and human showed through, a man who had been carrying a dead woman's memory for 15 years and had never once been asked to share it. She was both, Snape said quietly. Kind and fierce. She was the kindest person I knew, and she had a temper that could strip paint. She laughed at terrible jokes. She cried at Muggle films. She was brilliant at potions, better than me, though I'd never have admitted it then. She believed in people. Even people who didn't deserve it. Even you. Even me. Until I made that impossible. They stood in silence for a moment. Then Harry reached into his coat and produced a small, flat object, a photograph, the only one he owned of his parents, given to him by one of Winston's contacts years ago. James and Lily Potter, young and alive and laughing, waving at the camera. A magical photograph. They moved. He held it up so Snape could see it. The man's face did something complicated. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. I'm going to kill the man who murdered her, Harry said. Not because of a prophecy. Not because Dumbledore wants me to. Because she was my mother, and I never got to know her, and someone is going to pay for that. Snape met his eyes. You're nothing like your father. No. I'm not. You're not like her either. No. What are you, then? Harry slid the photograph back into his coat. I'm the consequence. He left the dungeon. Snape didn't call him back. Transfiguration was taught by McGonagall, who ran her classroom like a military operation, precise, demanding, no tolerance for wasted time. Harry respected that immediately. She set them to work transfiguring mice into snuff boxes, a fifth-year exercise that she warned was significantly more complex than it appears. Harry had his mouse transfigured in 40 seconds. The snuff box was silver, engraved with a pattern that he hadn't consciously chosen, a winding snake eating its own tail, an Ouroboros. McGonagall picked it up, turned it over in her hands, and looked at him over her spectacles. This is exceptional work, Mr. Potter. Thank you, Professor. You've had training. Some. This is beyond some. This is an EWT-level transfiguration performed non-verbally and on the first attempt. Who taught you? A woman named Ms. Voss. I don't know her full credentials. McGonagall set the snuff box down. I knew a Voss. Ilara Voss. She was expelled from Durmstrang for, well, it doesn't matter. She was brilliant. Unorthodox, but brilliant. That sounds right. Mr. Potter. McGonagall lowered her voice, leaning closer. I want you to understand something. Your parents were two of my favorite students. Your father was a troublemaker and a show-off, and your mother was the most talented witch of her generation. When they died, when you disappeared, it was one of the worst days of my life. I spent years looking for you. Her voice was steady, controlled, but her eyes were bright. You're here now, she continued. And you are clearly not what any of us expected. But you are still a student in my class, and I will hold you to the same standards I hold everyone else. Higher, perhaps, given what you've demonstrated. Do you understand? Yes, Professor. Good. Now, since you've finished the exercise in less than a minute, why don't you try transfiguring the snuff box into something more challenging? A pocket watch, perhaps. Harry looked at the snuff box. He thought about what a pocket watch was, the gears, the springs, the face, the hands. He thought about the internal complexity, the dozens of tiny moving parts, the precision required. Then he flicked his wand. The snuff box shivered, twisted, and became a functioning pocket watch. Gold. Ticking. The hands showing the correct time. McGonagall picked it up, opened the back, and examined the mechanism inside. Her eyebrows climbed toward her hat. The gears work, she said. I'm told I have a talent for precision. She closed the watch and set it down with the careful deliberateness of someone who was revising every assumption they'd made. Indeed you do, Mr. Potter. Indeed you do. The rest of the class passed quickly. Harry helped Neville, who was struggling. The boy's mouse kept turning into a snuff box with a tail and whiskers, which was horrifying for everyone involved. Harry adjusted Neville's grip on his wand, told him to stop thinking about the mouse and start thinking about the box, and on the next attempt, Neville produced a passable snuff box with only minor rodent characteristics. Thanks, Neville said, looking at Harry with something like awe. Nobody's ever explained it that way before. You're overthinking it. Magic responds to what you want, not what you're afraid of. If you focus on the mouse, you'll keep the mouse. Focus on the result. Is that how you do it? Focus on the result. That's how I do everything. Lunch was a tactical nightmare. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and was immediately swarmed. Students from every house found excuses to walk past, stop, and stare. A pair of twins with red hair, Fred and George Weasley, Ron's older brothers, dropped into the seats across from him and spent 10 minutes trying to figure out where he'd been for 15 years using increasingly absurd guesses. Raised by wolves, said one. Definitely wolves, said the other. Or possibly vampires. Could be both. Vampire wolves. That's just werewolves, Fred. No, werewolves are wolf humans. Vampire wolves are wolf vampires. Totally different. Harry looked at them. You two are going to be exhausting, aren't you? Absolutely, they said in unison. Hermione cut through the crowd and sat down with a stack of books and an expression that meant business. I've been doing research, she said. Shocking, Ron muttered from behind a chicken leg. The last student to enter Hogwarts past first year was Adalbert Scamander in 1847, and he was only a year late due to a dragon-related incident. You're 4 years late, Harry. There's literally no precedent for this. The staff are going to have to assess you individually in every subject to determine your actual level. Fine. You're not concerned about that? I demonstrated 5th-year level competence in potions and apparently beyond 5th-year competence in transfiguration. I'll demonstrate competence in whatever else they put in front of me. If there are gaps in my knowledge, I'll fill them. I'm a fast learner. What about history of magic? Astronomy? Herbology? Divination? Care of magical creatures? Ancient runes? Arithmancy? I don't know what half of those are. Exactly my point. You need to study. I need to eat lunch. She huffed but relented, and Harry ate his meal while listening to the conversations around him. Information gathering was constant, you never stopped, you never tuned out, because the one piece of data you missed was always the one that mattered. He catalogued names, relationships, house affiliations, social dynamics. He noticed which students clustered together and which sat alone. He noticed the teachers watching him from the high table, McGonagall with cautious respect, Snape with guarded intensity, Dumbledore with that infuriating twinkle. And he noticed the woman at the far end of the staff table, a squat, toad-like figure dressed entirely in pink, with a wide, flat smile that didn't reach her eyes. She was watching Harry with an expression that was different from the others. Not curious. Not cautious. Calculating. "Who's that?" Harry asked, nodding toward her. Ron followed his gaze and grimaced. "Dolores Umbridge. She's the defense against the dark arts teacher this year. Ministry appointment. She's also senior undersecretary to the Minister of Magic, which means she's basically here to spy on Dumbledore. The Ministry doesn't trust Dumbledore. The Ministry doesn't trust anyone who says Voldemort's back," Hermione said quietly. "The official position is that Voldemort is dead and anyone who says otherwise is a fear-mongering lunatic. Umbridge is here to make sure that message gets enforced." Harry looked at Umbridge. She looked back. Her smile widened. "She's going to be a problem," Harry said. "She's already a problem," Ron said. "First 2 weeks of class, all she's had us do is read the textbook. No practical magic. No wand work. She says we don't need to practice defense because there's nothing to defend against." Harry set down his fork. "No practical defense training," he said flatly. "None. In a school full of children. While a Dark Lord is rebuilding his army. That's the Ministry's position, yeah." Harry looked at Umbridge again. She was sipping tea from a pink cup, dabbing her mouth with a pink napkin, the picture of bureaucratic complacency. "Interesting," Harry said. And then he said nothing else, because the things he was thinking about Dolores Umbridge were not appropriate for a school lunch table. Defense against the dark arts was held in a classroom on the 3rd floor, decorated with plates featuring pictures of kittens, actual kittens, in little bows, on commemorative plates mounted on the walls. Harry paused in the doorway and stared at them. "Take your seat, Mr. Potter," said a girlish, high-pitched voice. Harry turned. Dolores Umbridge was standing at the front of the classroom, hands clasped before her, wearing a pink cardigan over a pink dress over what Harry could only assume was a pink sole. Her smile was the kind of smile that people wore when they wanted you to feel comfortable right before they twisted the knife. Harry sat. He chose the front row, directly in front of her desk. Hermione and Ron sat behind him, and he could feel their tension without looking. "Welcome, welcome," Umbridge said, addressing the class. "Now, before we begin, I understand we have a new student joining us. Mr. Potter, would you like to stand and introduce yourself?" "No." A ripple through the class. Umbridge's smile tightened by a fraction. "I'm sorry, dear. I said no. Everyone in this room knows who I am. An introduction would be redundant. It's customary. I'm not interested in custom. I'm interested in learning defense. Which, from what I've been told, hasn't been happening in this classroom." The ripple became a wave. Students shifted in their seats. Ron made a sound behind Harry that was either a gasp or a laugh strangled at birth. Umbridge's smile didn't falter, it hardened, setting like concrete into something that wasn't a smile at all but a mask shaped like one. "Mr. Potter. I can see that your unusual upbringing has left you without an understanding of how a classroom operates. Let me explain. I am the teacher. You are the student. I set the curriculum. You follow it. The Ministry of Magic has approved a theoretical approach to defense." "Theoretical," Harry repeated. "Yes. There is no need for students to practice defensive spells. The Ministry's position is going to get people killed." Dead silence. Umbridge's mask cracked. Beneath it was something cold and hard and reptilian. "Detention, Mr. Potter." "For what?" "Disagreeing with you." "For disrupting my classroom with dangerous and unfounded claims. There is nothing out there that warrants this kind of fear-mongering. Voldemort is alive." The name detonated like a bomb. Half the class flinched. Several students gasped. Neville went white. Umbridge's face went from pink to puce. "That is a lie," she hissed. "He who must not be named is dead, he's not dead. He can't die, not yet. He's used dark magic to anchor his soul to the physical world, and he's been rebuilding his power base for the last 14 years. He has followers inside the ministry, inside this school, and inside the broader magical infrastructure. The fact that the ministry refuses to acknowledge this isn't policy, it's cowardice. And the fact that you've been sent here to disarm a generation of students by denying them practical defense training isn't education, it's sabotage." Umbridge was trembling. Her wand hand was twitching. Harry watched it with detached professional interest. "You will not spread these lies in my classroom," she said, her voice shaking with fury. "Detention. Tonight. My office. 8 o'clock. I'll be there. And you will not speak to me in this manner again, I'll speak to you however the situation requires. You're not my commanding officer. You're not my handler. You're a political appointee in a teaching position you're not qualified for, and if you think a detention is going to change my behavior, you fundamentally misunderstand what I am." He held her gaze. She held his. And something passed between them, a recognition, predator to predator, that this was not a relationship that would end in compromise. "Get out of my classroom," Umbridge whispered. Harry stood, collected his bag, and walked out. He didn't hurry. He didn't slam the door. He just left, with the same calm efficiency he applied to everything. In the corridor outside, he leaned against the wall and waited. 30 seconds later, Hermione and Ron burst out. "That was mental," Ron said, his face flushed. "That was absolutely bloody mental. She's going to, Harry, she's connected to the minister. She could have you expelled, she won't expel me. I'm too valuable. The ministry can't afford the publicity of expelling Harry Potter 2 days after he returns from the dead. She knows that, and I know that. But the detention, I'll handle the detention." Hermione was looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "Harry. What you said in there, about Voldemort, about his soul being anchored, was that true? Every word. How do you know these things?" Harry pushed off the wall and started walking. "I told you, Hermione. I was busy for 15 years. Now, where's Charms?" Charms was taught by a tiny wizard named Professor Flitwick, who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk and who greeted Harry with genuine delight. He was the first teacher who didn't seem intimidated, awestruck, or hostile, he just seemed pleased, the way a craftsman is pleased when presented with interesting material to work with. "Mr. Potter. Wonderful, wonderful. Your mother was one of my best students, you know. Remarkable with charms. Let's see what you can do, try a summoning charm, please." Accio something from across the room. Harry raised his wand and thought Accio without speaking. Flitwick's copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 5 flew off the desk and into Harry's hand. "Nonverbal." Flitwick squeaked, clapping his hands. "Excellent. Now, a banishing charm. Send it back." Harry banished the book. It sailed across the room and landed perfectly on the desk. "Wonderful. Now, something harder. A protean charm. Do you know it?" "Yes." Harry drew the wand through a complex figure 8 and tapped a quill on the desk. "This quill is now linked to every quill in this room. Whatever's written on this one will appear on all of them." Flitwick verified it. His eyebrows nearly disappeared into his hair. "That's an EWT-level charm, Mr. Potter. Performed non-verbally. On your first day. Ms. Voss believed in setting high standards. I should very much like to meet this Ms. Voss. She's retired." Forcibly. Flitwick didn't ask what that meant, which Harry appreciated. The rest of the lesson passed quickly. Flitwick assigned Harry independent study while he taught the rest of the class, and Harry spent the period practicing increasingly complex charm work, pushing the boundaries of what his wand could do. He discovered something during that hour that he hadn't fully understood before. At the Continental, magic had been a secondary skill, a tool in his arsenal, useful but not primary. Here, surrounded by the ambient magic of the castle, with a wand in his hand and the full weight of Hogwarts' thousand-year magical infrastructure humming through the stones beneath his feet, he was more. The spells came faster, cleaner, more powerful. It was like he'd been running with ankle weights his entire life and someone had just taken them off. By the end of class, he'd successfully performed every charm in the 5th-year curriculum and 3 from the 7th-year syllabus. Flitwick watched him leave with an expression of naked wonder. 8 o'clock found Harry outside Umbridge's office. He knocked once. "Come in." The office was an assault on the senses: pink wallpaper, pink curtains, pink doilies on every surface, and more kitten plates. Umbridge sat behind her desk with a cup of tea and a smile that had sharpened since their classroom encounter. "Sit down, Mr. Potter." Harry sat. The chair was deliberately uncomfortable, hard, straight-backed, positioned so that Umbridge was slightly above him, looking down. A dominance play. Harry noted it without reacting. "You're going to write lines tonight," Umbridge said. "A simple exercise. You will write, 'I must not tell lies.' You will write it until the message sinks in." She pushed a piece of parchment toward him and a quill, a long, sharp, black quill with no inkpot. Harry picked up the quill. Examined it. The tip was unusually sharp, almost like a needle. "There's no ink," he said. "You won't need ink." Harry understood immediately. He'd seen instruments like this before, not magical ones, but the principle was the same. A tool designed to hurt under the guise of a lesson. He touched the tip of the quill to the back of his left hand and pressed lightly. A faint sting, a bead of blood, and he understood. A blood quill. It would carve whatever he wrote into his own skin, using his blood as ink. He set the quill down. "No," he said. Umbridge's smile faltered. "Excuse me. This is a blood quill. It's classified as a dark artifact under Ministry Regulation 147-C, subsection 3. Use of a blood quill on a minor is a criminal offense carrying a minimum sentence of 5 years in Azkaban." Harry folded his hands on the desk. "Did you think I wouldn't know that?" The color drained from Umbridge's face. "I don't know what you're, don't." Harry's voice dropped. Not louder, quieter. The quiet that came before something terrible. "Don't insult my intelligence. You've been using this quill on students. Probably the ones who contradicted your ministry line. Probably the ones who said Voldemort's name. You sit in your pink office with your kitten plates and you torture children, and you think no one will challenge you because you have the minister's backing." He stood. The chair scraped back against the stone floor. "I'm going to be very clear with you, Professor Umbridge. I'm not one of your students. I'm not some frightened child you can bully into compliance. I've spent my life surrounded by people who use power to control others, and I've learned exactly one response to that." He leaned forward, placed both hands flat on her desk, and looked directly into her eyes from a distance of about 2 feet. "You will stop using the blood quill. On everyone. Immediately. If I learn that you've used it on a single student after tonight, I will not go to Dumbledore. I will not go to the ministry. I will handle it myself, and you will not enjoy how I handle it." Umbridge's mouth was open. No sound was coming out. Her eyes were wide, and in them Harry saw something he recognized from 100 encounters with 100 people who had pushed their luck too far, the dawning, visceral understanding that the person in front of them was not bluffing. You can't threaten me," she managed. "I am a senior undersecretary, I know exactly what you are. The question is whether you know what I am. Because the people who raised me, they taught me that there are 2 kinds of power in this world, the kind that comes from a title, and the kind that comes from the willingness to act. Your kind crumbles. Mine doesn't. He straightened. Adjusted his coat. Walked to the door. "Good night, Professor." He left her sitting behind her desk, pink teacup growing cold in her hand, the blood quill lying between them like an accusation. The Gryffindor common room was mostly empty when Harry returned, a few students studying by the fire, a couple of older kids playing chess in the corner. Hermione was waiting in the armchair nearest the portrait hole, and she stood the moment he climbed through. "What happened? What did she make you do?" "Nothing. Nothing. The detention is over. It won't be repeated." She searched his face. "Harry. What did she try to do?" He considered lying. It would be simpler. But Hermione was already proving to be sharply perceptive, and lying to perceptive people was a waste of energy. "She tried to make me use a blood quill." Hermione's face went rigid. "What? A quill that carves what you write into your skin? She's been using it on students. That's illegal. That's dark magic. We need to tell Dumbledore. Dumbledore knows." Hermione stopped. "What do you mean, Dumbledore knows?" "I mean there's no chance Albus Dumbledore, the man who sees everything that happens in this castle, is unaware that a teacher is using a dark artifact on students. He knows, and he's allowing it to continue for political reasons, because removing Umbridge would create a confrontation with the Ministry that he's not ready for." The color was rising in Hermione's cheeks. He wouldn't, he would. He's playing a long game. He always plays a long game. The problem with long games is that people get hurt while you're positioning your pieces. Harry sat in a chair across from her. "I've handled it. She won't use the quill again." "How can you be sure?" "Because I made certain she understood the consequences." Hermione sat down slowly. She was looking at him with an expression he'd been getting all day, the look of someone trying to reconcile what they were seeing with what they thought they knew. "Who are you?" she said softly. Not the question she'd asked on the train, "Where have you been?" But something deeper. A question about identity, not biography. Harry leaned back in the chair. The fire crackled. Somewhere above them, someone was laughing. "I'm someone who was raised to solve problems," he said. "To identify threats and neutralize them. To protect the people I care about by any means necessary. I wasn't raised to be kind or gentle or diplomatic. I was raised to be effective. That's a lonely way to live." "Yes." The word sat between them, bare and honest. "You don't have to be alone here, you know," Hermione said. I know that sounds naive. But Hogwarts isn't a battleground. There are people here who want to help you. Everyone wants to help the boy who lived. That's a story. I'm not interested in people helping a story. I'm not talking about the boy who lived. I'm talking about you. Harry. The person who helped Neville with his transfiguration today, and who carries a photograph of parents he never met, and who's been awake since 5 in the morning mapping the castle because he doesn't know how to feel safe in a new place. Harry looked at her. She met his gaze without flinching, which very few people could do. "You're too smart for your own good," he said. "I've been told." A long pause. Then Harry reached into his coat, pulled out the photograph of his parents, and held it out to her. She took it carefully, and her eyes softened as she watched James and Lily wave at her from the picture. "They look happy," she said. They were. For a while. She handed the photograph back. "I'm going to help you, Harry. Whether you want me to or not. That's not a negotiation. You sound like someone I know." "Who?" "Someone who also refuses to take no for an answer. You'd like him. He makes excellent coffee." The ghost of a smile crossed his face. The second real one since he'd arrived. Hermione stood, gathered her books, and headed toward the girls' staircase. At the bottom, she turned back. "For what it's worth," she said, "I don't think you're just effective. I think you're also kind. You just don't have much practice at it. She went upstairs. Harry sat alone in the common room, listening to the fire die, and turned her words over in his mind like a coin he wasn't sure was genuine. He didn't go to bed. Instead, he left the common room at midnight. The fat lady grumbled but let him pass, and made his way to the 7th floor, to the stretch of blank wall he'd been studying that morning. He'd found a reference in one of Hermione's books. The Room of Requirement. A hidden room in Hogwarts that became whatever the person standing outside it needed it to be. Harry had verified the mechanism: walk past the wall 3 times, concentrating on what you needed. He walked 3 times. Back and forth. I need a training room. Soundproofed. Private. With space for combat practice, a firearms range, and a workbench for maintaining weapons. A door materialized in the wall, heavy wood, iron-banded, with no handle. Harry pushed it open. The room beyond was perfect. A long, high-ceilinged space divided into 3 sections, a padded combat area with training dummies that looked suspiciously lifelike, a 50-meter shooting range with targets and sound-dampening enchantments, and a clean, well-lit workbench stocked with cleaning supplies, spare parts, and ammunition. There was also, and this surprised him, a wall of books. Not ordinary books. Texts on advanced combat magic, dueling theory, ward breaking, curse construction, and something titled The Unforgivable Arts, a history that Harry suspected was not on the Hogwarts curriculum. The room knew what he needed. Or perhaps the castle did. Harry removed his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and drew his wand. He faced the nearest training dummy, a faceless humanoid figure mounted on a spring-loaded base, and settled into a fighting stance. For the next 3 hours, he trained. Not magical training. Not wand drills. Integrated training, the thing Ms. Voss had never taught him because Ms. Voss had never carried a gun. Harry had been developing this himself for 2 years, in the Continental's basement, in stolen hours between contracts, the fusion of magical and physical combat into a single, seamless discipline. Wand in the right hand. Knife in the left. Move, cast, strike, cast again. Stupefy to stun, blade to close, reducto to shatter cover, roll, come up firing. He drew the P-30L and put 3 rounds into a target at 20 meters, reholstered, flicked a shield charm to catch the training dummy's simulated counterattack, stepped inside the shield and drove the knife into the dummy's throat. Again. And again. And again. He pushed himself until his muscles burned and his magic felt like a river straining against a dam. He practiced non-verbal casting until the spells came without thought, pure intent, pure will. He practiced drawing the wand and the gun simultaneously, engaging multiple targets, switching between magical and physical attacks mid-stride. By 3 in the morning, the training dummies were shredded. Harry stood in the center of the room, chest heaving, sweat dripping from his jaw, and he felt, for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, like himself. Not a student. Not the boy who lived. Not a chess piece on Dumbledore's board. A weapon. Honed. Ready. He cleaned the room with a wave of his wand, the dummies repaired themselves, the brass casings vanished, the targets reset. Then he sat on the floor, cross-legged, and closed his eyes. The presence was there. At the edge of his mind. Voldemort. Closer now. Interested. Harry could feel the cold intelligence pressing against his acclimancy shields, testing, probing, searching for a way in. It had been doing this since he'd arrived at the castle, the proximity to so much magic, or perhaps the ambient resonance of the school where Tom Riddle had once been a student, was strengthening the connection. Harry didn't strengthen his shields. Instead, he did something reckless. Something Ms. Voss would have screamed at him for. He opened them. Just a crack. Just enough to let a sliver of what he was feeling bleed through the connection. Not fear. Not anger. Not desperation. Purpose. He let Voldemort feel it, the absolute, unwavering certainty of a predator who had identified his prey. The cold, clear knowledge that Harry was coming for him, not because of a prophecy or a duty or a scared old man's plans, but because Harry Potter had decided that Tom Riddle needed to die, and Harry Potter was very, very good at killing. The presence recoiled. Like a hand jerked back from a hot stove. Harry smiled in the dark. That's right, he thought. Be afraid. You should be. He sealed his shields, stood, and left the room of requirement. The corridor outside was empty, the castle sleeping, the portraits snoring in their frames. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower in the quiet dark, his footsteps silent on the stone, and for the first time in his life, he felt the stirring of something that had nothing to do with contracts or training or survival. He felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. Not because of destiny. Not because of Dumbledore's plans or Voldemort's obsession or the magical world's expectations. Because this castle, this strange, ancient, living castle full of moving stairs and talking paintings and children who had no idea what was coming for them, needed someone willing to stand between them and the dark. And Harry Potter, the Continental's son, was nothing if not willing. He climbed through the portrait hole, walked past the dying fire, and went to bed. He slept for 90 minutes, the most he ever allowed himself, and woke before dawn, ready. His second day at Hogwarts was about to begin. He intended to make it count. Chapter 3, Blood Debts 3 weeks. That's how long the peace lasted. Harry settled into Hogwarts the way water settles into a crack in stone, finding every gap, filling every space, applying pressure in ways that weren't visible until the structure shifted. He attended classes and excelled in all of them without apparent effort. He trained in the room of requirement every night from midnight to 3. He mapped the castle so thoroughly that he knew routes the caretaker didn't, passages the ghosts had forgotten, blind spots in the wards that no one had bothered to patch in centuries. He built relationships carefully, the way Winston had taught him, not friendships, not at first, but alliances. Hermione became his primary intelligence source, an encyclopedia of magical knowledge who was always 3 steps ahead of every class and happy to fill in Harry's gaps in exchange for the combat magic theory he shared with her during late-night study sessions. Ron became something harder to define, not a tactical asset, not a source of information, but a gravitational center. The kind of person who pulled you into normalcy whether you wanted it or not. Ron dragged Harry to meals when he would have skipped them, argued with him about Quidditch, a sport Harry still considered insane, and had an uncanny ability to say exactly the right stupid thing at exactly the right moment to break whatever tension was building in Harry's chest. Neville Longbottom, quiet and perpetually anxious, turned out to have a spine of iron beneath the stuttering exterior. Harry learned why during the second week, Neville's parents had been tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange, one of Voldemort's most devoted followers, and Neville visited them at St. Mungo's Hospital every Christmas, sitting beside 2 people who didn't recognize their own son. When Neville told him this, halting, embarrassed, in the common room late one evening, Harry had looked at him for a long time and then said, "You're braver than you think, Neville." And Neville had blinked at him like no one had ever said that before, and Harry filed away Bellatrix Lestrange's name in the part of his mind reserved for people who had debts to pay. Tonks became a constant. She was assigned to castle security, which meant she was technically on duty at all hours, which meant she kept showing up wherever Harry happened to be, in the corridors during his morning reconnaissance, at mealtimes, outside the room of requirement at 1 in the morning with 2 cups of tea and a completely unconvincing explanation for why she was awake. "Can't sleep," she said the first time, handing him a cup. "You sleep fine. I can hear you snoring from the staff quarters when I walk past at midnight." I do not snore." "You do. It's distinctive." "Shut up and drink your tea, Potter." They fell into a rhythm. She'd bring tea, he'd let her into the room of requirement, and they'd talk while he trained. She watched him work with the quiet intensity of someone who was professionally evaluating what she was seeing and personally trying to reconcile it with the fact that the person doing it was 15. "You move like an auror," she said one night, watching him flow through a close-quarters drill, wand, blade, wand, drop, roll, cast. Better than most aurors, actually. Most of us don't integrate physical combat with magic like that. Most aurors have the same blind spot as most wizards. You rely on your wand. Take it away and you're defenseless. Nobody can take an auror's wand. Harry flicked his wrist. Tonks's wand flew from her holster and into his hand. She hadn't even seen him cast. Give that back. He tossed it to her. You telegraph your wand hand. When you're standing still, you shift your weight to your right side, which tells me where the wand is before I can see it. An opponent who knows what they're looking for could disarm you before you drew. And you just happened to notice that. I notice everything. It's not optional. She caught her wand and reholstered it, looking at him with an expression that had become increasingly common over the past 3 weeks, a mixture of respect, concern, and something else she hadn't named yet. Who trained you, Harry? Really? A lot of people. Magical people. Some. And the others? He finished the drill, wiped sweat from his face with a towel, and sat on the floor across from her. The others were professional killers. Contract assassins, mercenaries, former special forces operatives. I was raised in a hotel that serves as neutral ground for the criminal underworld. I learned to shoot before I learned long division. I had my first knife fight when I was 12. I killed a man for the first time when I was, he stopped. Not because he was ashamed, he'd made peace with what he was a long time ago, but because Tonks's face had changed. Not horror, exactly. Something worse. Understanding. When you were how old? She asked quietly. 13. The word hung in the air between them. It was a contract, Harry said. A man who'd violated the rules of the organization that raised me. He'd killed 3 people on neutral ground, a protected space, like a sanctuary. Winston gave me the job because I asked for it. I wanted to prove I was ready. Were you? I completed the contract. So technically, yes. That's not what I asked. Harry met her eyes. They were dark brown at the moment, her natural color, he'd learned, the one that surfaced when she wasn't consciously controlling her appearance. No, he said. I wasn't ready. Nobody's ever ready for that. But it happened, and I learned from it, and I became very good at it. That's the truth. I'm not going to dress it up. Tonks was quiet for a long moment. Then she set down her tea and moved across the floor to sit beside him, not across from him, beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. You know what I think, she said. What? I think you got dealt a rotten hand, and you played it the only way you knew how, and you turned yourself into something extraordinary. And I think somewhere underneath all the training and the weapons and the, I notice everything, routine, there's a 15-year-old kid who never got to be a kid, and that makes me want to simultaneously hug you and punch whoever decided that raising a child as an assassin was acceptable parenting. Winston's a good father. Winston raised you to kill people, Harry. Winston raised me to survive. The killing was a consequence of the environment. He didn't have a lot of options. He could have given you to the magical world. To Dumbledore. Dumbledore would have put me with my aunt and uncle. Muggles. I've researched them, Tonks. Vernon and Petunia Desley. They're small, frightened, cruel people who would have locked me in a cupboard and treated me like a burden. Winston gave me a home. He gave me skills. He gave me a code, a set of rules to live by that means something, even if they're not the rules most people would choose. What rules? Don't hurt innocents. Don't break a given word. Always pay your debts. And never, ever start a fight you're not willing to finish. Tonks let that settle. Then she bumped his shoulder with hers, a small, physical gesture that startled him more than a punch would have. For what it's worth, she said, I'm glad you're here. Hogwarts needs someone who isn't afraid to call rubbish what it is. And I, She paused, and her hair flickered from brown to pink to a deep, warm red before she wrestled it back under control. I think you're going to do something important. Not because of the prophecy. Because of who you are. Harry looked at her, the pink hair, the combat boots, the easy smile over serious eyes, and felt something shift in his chest. A tectonic thing. Slow and deep. You should get some sleep, he said. You should take your own advice. I sleep plenty. 90 minutes a night isn't plenty, Harry. It's enough. She stood, picked up the teacups, and walked to the door. Same time tomorrow. If you want. I want. She grinned at him, and for a moment the door framed her against the dark corridor like a painting, vivid, alive, too real for this castle of ghosts and ancient magic. Night, Potter. Night, Tonks. She left. Harry sat on the floor of the room of requirement and pressed his fingers against the place on his shoulder where hers had touched and tried to understand why it felt like a bruise that didn't hurt. The piece ended on a Wednesday. Harry was in the great hall at breakfast, sitting with Hermione and Ron, half listening to Ron's analysis of the Chudley Cannon's playoff chances, non-existent, as far as Harry could tell, when the ceiling above them, enchanted to mirror the sky outside, flickered. Not the way it flickered when clouds passed the sun. This was different. A pulse, like a heartbeat, like the entire castle had flinched. Harry's hand went to his wand before his conscious mind processed the signal. Hermione noticed. What is it? The wards, Harry said. He'd spent the past 3 weeks studying them, the ancient protective enchantments that surrounded Hogwarts like an invisible shell. He'd learned their signatures the way he'd learned the security systems at the Continental, by testing them, probing them, understanding their rhythms. And right now, those rhythms were wrong. Something just hit the outer ward line, he said. Something with force. He stood. So did Hermione. Ron looked between them, then stood too, a piece of toast still in his hand. Harry, are you sure? The wards are supposed to be impenetrable, nothing's impenetrable. Everything has a threshold. He was moving toward the door now, weaving through students who were still eating, oblivious. At the staff table, Dumbledore was rising, the old wizard had felt it too, Harry could see it in the way his face had gone still and sharp. Their eyes met across the hall. Dumbledore gave a slight nod. Harry broke into a run. He hit the entrance hall at full speed, banged through the oak front doors, and skidded to a stop on the stone steps outside. The morning air was cold, the sky heavy with grey clouds, and the ground stretched out before him, the lake, the forest, the distant gates. The gates were open. They should not have been open. Harry. Tonks came sprinting around the corner of the castle, wand drawn, hair blazing red. The perimeter alarms just went off. Someone breached the anti-apparition boundary 300 meters past the gate. Multiple contacts. How many? The wards registered 7. Moving fast, in formation. 7. A strike team. Harry's mind shifted into the cold, crystalline state that combat demanded, everything slowing down, everything sharpening. Formation type. 2-point, 4 wing, 1 trail. Military pattern. Not wizards. Wizards didn't move in military formations. These were professionals. His kind of professionals. Tonks. Get the students inside. Lock the Great Hall. Tell McGonagall to raise the interior wards. Harry, I'm not leaving you out here, that wasn't a request. 7 trained operators are coming through those gates, and there are 400 children in that building. Get them safe. She looked at him, really looked at him, the way she did during their late-night conversations, seeing past the surface to whatever was underneath, and then she nodded once and ran back inside. Harry descended the steps and walked across the grounds toward the gate. He drew the P-30L from his shoulder holster with his right hand and the wand from its forearm sleeve with his left. The weight of them, one in each hand, metal and wood, physics and magic, settled him the way nothing else could. 2 languages. 1 conversation. The figures appeared at the gate. 7 of them, just as Tonks had said. Black tactical gear. Body armor. Helmets with visors. They carried submachine guns, MP7s, from the profile, compact and high velocity, and they moved with the fluid coordination of people who had trained together extensively. They were not Death Eaters. They were continental. Harry recognized the tactical pattern. He recognized the gear configuration. He recognized the way the point man swept his weapon in controlled arcs, covering sectors. These were high-table operators, elite enforcers used for sanctioned kills and high-value target extraction. They had come for him. The point man spotted Harry at 60 meters and raised a fist. The formation stopped. 7 weapons trained on a single 15-year-old boy standing alone on a Scottish hillside with a pistol and a stick. "Harry Potter," the point man called out. His voice was American, flat, professional. "By order of the High Table, you are to surrender yourself for adjudication. Stand down and come with us." Harry didn't stand down. He walked forward. Slowly. Deliberately. Closing the distance. "Who sent the order?" he said. "That's above your clearance." "Nothing is above my clearance. I'm Winston's son. The London Continental recognizes my status. Whatever order you're carrying, I want to see the seal." The point man hesitated. That was interesting, it meant the order was irregular. A properly sanctioned high-table kill order wouldn't cause hesitation. The operators would simply execute. "The order is sealed by the adjudicator of the Eastern Table," the point man said. "Your presence at Hogwarts constitutes unauthorized engagement with an external political entity, the magical world. The High Table has not sanctioned your involvement. You are in violation of Continental Protocol. Continental Protocol doesn't apply to personal business. I'm here for my parents. That's a blood debt, and blood debts supersede table authority. Check your bylaws." Another hesitation. The point man turned his head slightly, communicating with his team through their earpieces. Harry used the moment to close another 10 meters. 40 meters now. Still outside effective pistol range for a guaranteed kill, but inside the range where magic became devastating. "The adjudicator has reviewed your claim," the point man said. "It's been denied. You have 30 seconds to comply." Harry stopped walking. He looked at the 7 men in front of him. Trained killers, every one. Professional. Disciplined. Following orders. He didn't want to kill them. They were soldiers, same as him. They didn't make the decisions, they executed them. In another life, they'd be colleagues. But they were between him and the job was all that mattered. "Tell the adjudicator something for me," Harry said. "What?" "Tell her I said no." The point man opened fire. Harry was already moving. The first spell left his wand before the first bullet left the MP7, a protego so powerful it didn't just block the incoming rounds but froze them in midair, a wall of shimmering force that caught a full burst of automatic fire and held every round suspended like insects in amber. The operators stared. In their world, there was no defense against bullets. Bullets were the final argument. Not anymore. Harry dropped the shield and attacked. He moved the way he'd trained, low, fast, unpredictable, never in a straight line. The wand came up, stupefy, a bolt of red light hit the point man in the chest and launched him backward 6 meters, unconscious before he landed. Harry pivoted, dropped to one knee as a burst of fire tore through the space his head had occupied a half-second earlier, raised the P-30L, and put 2 rounds into the nearest operator's body armor. The man staggered, the armor held, but the kinetic impact knocked him off balance, and Harry hit him with a stunner before he recovered. 2 down. The remaining 5 spread out, moving to flank. These were not amateurs, they adapted fast, recognized that the target was using abilities they hadn't planned for, and shifted tactics. 2 went left, 2 went right, 1 dropped to a prone position and began firing controlled bursts to suppress Harry's movement. Harry didn't let himself be suppressed. He flicked the wand and the ground beneath the prone shooter erupted, not an explosion, but a shift, the earth itself rolling like a wave, throwing the man into the air. A stunner caught him at the apex. 3 down. The 2 on the left were closing fast, trying to get inside Harry's casting range. Harry holstered the P-30L, transferred the wand to his right hand, and drew the Fairbairn-Sykes knife with his left. The first operator came in with his weapon up, finger on the trigger. Harry sidestepped the muzzle, caught the barrel with his wand hand, and redirected it past his body. The burst went into the ground, while the knife came up in a vicious arc that severed the man's weapon sling and continued across the back of his hand. The operator screamed, dropped the gun, and Harry drove the pommel of the knife into his temple. He crumpled. 4 down. The second operator from the left was on him immediately, close enough that Harry could see the whites of his eyes through the visor. A rifle but swung at Harry's head. Harry ducked it, stepped inside the man's guard, and slammed his palm flat against the operator's chest plate. Depulso. The banishing charm hit at contact range. The operator flew backward as if hit by a car, tumbled across 20 meters of grass, and lay still. 5 down. 2 left. They'd stopped advancing. Harry could see the calculation happening behind their visors, the rapid reassessment that came when a mission went sideways. 5 of their team down in under 30 seconds. The target wasn't what the briefing said. The target was something else entirely. Harry stood in the center of the grounds, breathing hard, knife in one hand, wand in the other, 5 unconscious bodies scattered around him like fallen chess pieces. Walk away, he told the remaining 2. Go back to the adjudicator. Tell her what happened here. Tell her that if she sends another team, I won't use stunners. The 2 operators looked at each other. Then, slowly, one of them reached up and toggled his earpiece. Abort, he said. Target is non-viable. Repeat, target is non-viable. Recommend reassessment. He looked at Harry one more time. Then both operators shouldered their weapons and walked back through the gates. Harry watched them go. Then he turned around. Half the school was watching from the castle windows. Hundreds of faces pressed against the glass, students and teachers alike, staring at the boy standing alone on the ground surrounded by the bodies of professional killers. Dumbledore was at the front doors. McGonagall beside him. Snape a step behind. Tonks on the steps, wand still drawn, face white. Harry walked back up the hill. The knife went into its sheath. The wand went into its sleeve. The P-30L went back into the holster. He straightened his coat as he walked, and by the time he reached the steps, he looked exactly as he had at breakfast, composed, unhurried, immaculate. They were Continental operators, Harry told Dumbledore. High table enforcers. Someone in the organization ordered a retrieval, they wanted to pull me out of Hogwarts. I declined. So I observed, Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, but his eyes were burning. You incapacitated 5 armed men in less than a minute. 34 seconds. I counted. On school grounds. Where would you have preferred I do it? The library? Dumbledore's mouth thinned. This is precisely the kind of situation I was concerned about, Harry. Your connections to the criminal underworld have followed you here. My connections to the criminal underworld are the reason I'm alive, Professor. And those men were following orders from someone who wants me out of the way. The question isn't why they came, it's who sent them and what they're afraid I'll find. Tonks descended the steps. Harry. Are you hurt? No. You just fought 7 armed soldiers. By yourself. 5. Two of them walked away. That's not, you can't just, she ran a hand through her hair, which was cycling through colors like a broken traffic light. You could have been killed. They were using MP7s with standard NATO rounds. My shield charm stops rifle caliber ammunition. I was never in danger. You didn't know that would work. You've never tested it against automatic fire. I tested it just now. It worked. Tonks stared at him with an expression that was equal parts fury and something else, something raw and frightened that she was trying very hard to keep off her face. You absolute lunatic, she said. I've been called worse. Dumbledore intervened before the argument could escalate. The unconscious men need to be restrained and questioned. Severus, if you would see to them. Nymphadora, Tonks. Tonks. Please escort Harry to my office. We need to discuss what just happened and what it means. What it means, Harry said, is that the High Table knows where I am and someone in the organization is working against me. Which means someone in the organization is connected to Voldemort. Which means the two worlds I come from are colliding, and it's happening faster than any of us expected. Dumbledore regarded him. You believe Voldemort has allies within the High Table? Winston told me as much before I came here. But this, Harry gestured at the unconscious bodies on the lawn. This wasn't Voldemort's style. This was bureaucratic. Official. Someone within the High Table structure authorized this operation through proper channels. That means whoever Voldemort's contact is, they have enough influence to issue sanctioned orders. And the adjudicator? The adjudicator enforces the table's decisions. She doesn't make them. She was given an order, and she executed it. The question is who gave the order. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Come to my office, Harry. We have a great deal to discuss. The interrogation of the captured operators yielded exactly what Harry expected, nothing useful. They were professionals. They had operational details, the target, the location, the rules of engagement, but no strategic intelligence. They didn't know who had originated the order. They didn't know why. They knew only that a sanctioned retrieval had been authorized through the Eastern Table's adjudication office, and they had been dispatched to execute it. Harry questioned them himself, in Dumbledore's office, while Snape stood in a corner and watched with an expression that was either impressed or disgusted and possibly both. The operators were bound and wandless, or rather, gunless, seated in conjured chairs, and Harry sat across from them with the casual authority of someone who had conducted this kind of interview many times before. Your extraction point, Harry said to the team leader, who'd recovered from the stunner and was sporting a headache and a grudge. Where were you supposed to take me? Safe house. London. Address is classified. Everything about this operation is classified. I'm asking you to declassify it. I can't do that. Harry leaned forward. You can, and you will, because here's the alternative, I turn you over to the wizarding authorities. The Ministry of Magic. They'll put you in Azkaban, that's their prison, and the guards there aren't human. They're creatures called Dementors. They feed on happiness. They drain it out of you, memory by memory, until there's nothing left but your worst moments, playing on an endless loop. You'll spend the rest of your life reliving every terrible thing that's ever happened to you. No trial. No appeal. No release. He let that sink in. Or, Harry continued, you tell me what I need to know, and I send you back to the Continental with a message for the adjudicator. Your choice. The team leader looked at the other four operators. They were all watching Harry with the specific expression of men recalculating their life choices. Safe house is on Argyle Street, the team leader said. Number 14. 2 floors, basement access. The handoff was supposed to be to a woman. Foreign. I never got a name, we were given a code phrase, consectiture. Who briefed you? Adjudicator's office. A man called Harkness. Mid-level administrator. He processed the order. Did you see the original authorization? The seal? I saw a copy. It looked legitimate. Looked. The team leader's jaw tightened. Look, kid, Mr. Potter, I've been in this business for 12 years. I know what a legitimate table order looks like, and I know what a rushed, irregular one looks like. This one was rushed. The briefing was thin. We weren't given your full profile. If we had been, I'd have requested a larger team or recommended a different approach. Someone wanted this done fast and quiet, and they cut corners to make it happen. Harry nodded. Thank you. He stood and looked at Dumbledore. Send them back. They're soldiers, not decision-makers. They're no good to us here. Dumbledore considered, then agreed. The operators were blindfolded and sidelong apparat to a location outside the Hogwarts wards by Tonks, who deposited them at the nearest Muggle road with their equipment and a strongly worded suggestion that they rethink their career choices. When she returned, Harry was in Dumbledore's office, standing at the window, looking out at the grounds where the fight had happened. The grass was torn up. Scorch marks from the banishing charm. Divots from the rounds that had missed him. Argyle Street, Harry said, not turning from the window. Number 14. I need to go there. Absolutely not, Dumbledore said. Professor, you are a student at this school. You are 15 years old. You are not going to a criminal safe house in London to conduct a solo investigation, then come with me. That stopped Dumbledore mid-sentence. He blinked. I don't need backup, Harry said. But if it makes you more comfortable, you're welcome to come along. You're the most powerful wizard alive. Between the two of us, there's nothing in that safe house that poses a threat. It could be a trap. Of course it's a trap. That's why I want to spring it. Traps are informative, they tell you what the person setting them thinks will work, which tells you what they know about you, which tells you who they've been talking to. Dumbledore stared at him for a long time. You think like a spy, the old wizard said. I think like a survivor. Same skill set, different branding. Dumbledore turned to Snape. Severus. Your thoughts? Snape was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, face unreadable. The boy is reckless, he said. He's also correct. The safe house is the only lead we have to whoever is coordinating between the High Table and the Dark Lord. If we don't pursue it, we lose the thread. And if it is a trap, then we spring it. As he said. Snape's dark eyes moved to Harry. I'll go. Dumbledore should remain at the school. If this is a feint designed to draw you away from Hogwarts, someone needs to be here to hold the wards. Harry looked at Snape. Snape looked back. You and me. Harry said. Do you have a problem with that? I'm trying to decide if you'll slow me down. The corner of Snape's mouth twitched. It might have been a smile. It might have been gas. I've been a spy for 15 years, Potter. I've survived more traps than you've had birthdays. Fine. Tonight. After dark. Agreed. Dumbledore looked between them with an expression of deep concern and something that might have been reluctant hope. Be careful. Both of you. Careful is what I do, Harry said. Snape just turned and swept out of the room, robes billowing. They left at 11 p.m. Snape apparat them both. Harry had never experienced it, and he found the sensation of being compressed through a tube of darkness deeply unpleasant but manageable, to an alley 2 blocks from Argyle Street. London at night. Harry's territory. He breathed in the familiar smell of rain and exhaust and the Thames, and something in his chest unclenched. You look relieved, Snape observed. I spent 3 weeks in a castle full of teenagers. This is a vacation. They moved through the streets in silence, 2 dark figures in dark coats, and Harry noticed that Snape moved well. Not with the trained fluidity of a continental operative, but with the careful precision of a man who had spent years navigating dangerous environments. He kept to the shadows instinctively. He checked corners before rounding them. He didn't make unnecessary noise. "You've done fieldwork," Harry said. "More than you know." They reached Argyle Street. Number 14 was a narrow townhouse, dark, wedged between a kebab shop and a dry cleaner. The windows were blacked out. No lights. No movement. Harry crouched behind a parked car across the street and studied the building. 2 entrances. Front door, and there should be a basement access from the rear alley. No visible security, no cameras, no sensors. Magical wards. Harry extended his senses the way Ms. Voss had taught him, not a spell, exactly, more of a reaching, letting his magic brush against the building's exterior like fingers trailing across a surface. Basic anti-muggle repulsion charm. A proximity ward on the front door, triggers an alarm, doesn't attack. And something else. He frowned. Something underneath. Deep. I can't identify it. Let me. Snape drew his wand and cast something non-verbal, a diagnostic spell that Harry didn't recognize. His face darkened. Dark magic. Something is in the basement. Something alive. Wonderful. How do you want to approach this? Harry looked at the building. Looked at Snape. Made a decision. Front door. Together. Fast and loud. Not subtle. Subtle is for when you don't know what you're walking into. We know it's a trap. So we hit it hard enough that whoever said it doesn't have time to spring it properly. Snape regarded him for a moment. Then he nodded. They crossed the street. Harry drew his wand and the P-30L. Snape drew his wand and raised an eyebrow at the gun. Just in case, Harry said. In case of what? In case something in there isn't magic. Harry placed his hand on the front door. The proximity ward buzzed against his palm. He pushed through it, not delicately, not with finesse, but with brute magical force, overwhelming the ward like a wave swamping a sand castle. The door blew inward. They went in. The ground floor was empty. A hallway, a staircase, 2 rooms, living room and kitchen, both stripped bare. No furniture. No personal effects. Just bare walls and dusty floors. Except for the blood. Harry saw it immediately, a smear on the kitchen floor, old, dark, partially cleaned but not well enough. Someone had been hurt here. Or killed. The stain trailed toward a door at the back of the kitchen that presumably led to the basement. Down, Harry said. The basement stairs were narrow and dark. Harry went first, always first, because he was faster and could shield while firing, which was a trick Snape couldn't replicate. The stairs creaked. The air grew colder. And the sense of dark magic grew stronger, pressing against Harry's senses like a hand against his chest. The basement was a single room, concrete floor, concrete walls, a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling that flickered when Harry hit the light switch. In the center of the room, chained to a chair, was a woman. She was mid-30s, gaunt, with lank dark hair and the hollow eyes of someone who hadn't slept in days. Her robes, witches' robes, were torn and blood-stained. Her wand hand was wrapped in bloody bandages. She looked up when they entered, and her eyes widened. "Please," she said. Her voice was raw, cracked. "Please, they said someone would come." They said. Harry swept the room. No one else. No other exits. The chains on the woman were enchanted, he could feel the magic in them, dark, suppressive, designed to drain the prisoner's magical strength. "Who are you?" Harry asked. "My name is Emmeline Vance. I'm a member of the Order of the Phoenix." "Dumbledore, does Dumbledore know I'm here?" "They took me 3 days ago." "Death Eaters." They were working with Muggles. Armed Muggles, in tactical gear, like soldiers. Harry and Snape exchanged a look. "They were here," Vance continued, the words tumbling out. In this room. Asking me questions. About the Order. About Dumbledore. About you. Her eyes locked on Harry. They knew you were at Hogwarts. They knew everything, your schedule, your habits, where you sleep. They have someone inside the school. Harry felt the cold settle into his spine. Not fear, he didn't do fear. But the particular chill of a compromised operation, the knowledge that someone close had betrayed you. Who questioned you? Snape asked, his voice tight. A woman. I didn't recognize her. Tall, dark hair, very, controlled. Not a Death Eater. She wore a grey suit, like a businesswoman. And there was a man. He stayed in the shadows. I couldn't see his face, but his voice, she shuddered. It was high. Cold. Not natural. And there was something wrong with the air around him, like the room got colder when he spoke. Harry's wand hand tightened. It was him, Snape said quietly. Voldemort. He was here, Vance confirmed. In this basement. 3 days ago. And the woman, the one in the suit, she was giving him orders. Not exactly. But she was running the operation. She was in charge. A woman in a grey suit running an operation in coordination with Voldemort. Someone with enough authority to issue orders to high-table enforcers. Someone who could send a retrieval team to Hogwarts through official channels. The Adjudicator. Harry raised his wand to break the chains, and that's when the building exploded. Not the basement, the floor above. A detonation that blew the ceiling into rubble and sent a shockwave through the structure that knocked Harry off his feet. Concrete dust filled the air. The bare bulb shattered. In the sudden darkness, Harry heard voices, footsteps, the rapid metallic clicking of weapons being charged. They'd waited. Whoever had set this trap had waited until Harry was in the basement, underground, in a confined space with limited exits, and then they'd sprung it. Protego Maxima. Harry roared, and a dome of shimmering force expanded from his wand, covering himself, Snape, and Vance just as the rubble from the collapsed ceiling rained down. Chunks of concrete the size of refrigerators bounced off the shield. The building groaned above them, structure failing, floors pancaking. We need to move. Snape shouted. The chains, I need to break the chains. Harry grabbed the enchanted chains with his bare hands and pulled, not physically, magically, pouring his will into his grip, feeling the dark magic in the chains resist and then shatter as he overwhelmed it. The chains fell away. Vance slumped forward, and Snape caught her. The ceiling was coming down. The shield was holding, but the weight was accumulating, tons of rubble pressing down on a dome of magical force, and Harry could feel the drain, his magic pouring out like water from a cracked vessel. He looked up. Through the dust and the failing structure, he could see a gap, a crack in the rubble where the stairway had been, a narrow channel that might lead to the surface. Snape. Take her. Go up through that gap. I'll hold the shield. Potter, go. Snape grabbed Vance, hauled her to her feet, and dragged her toward the gap. Harry widened the shield to cover their movement, pouring more magic into it, feeling the burn in his chest, the deep ache of a core being drained too fast. The gap was narrow. Snape went sideways, pulling Vance through. Rubble shifted above them. Something cracked. Harry dropped the shield and ran. He hit the gap at full speed, turning sideways, squeezing through a space that was barely wide enough for his shoulders. Concrete scraped his back, tore his coat. Behind him, the basement ceiling finally gave way with a sound like the world ending, a roar of collapsing stone that chased him up through the gap like the breath of something enormous. He burst out of the rubble on the ground floor, or what had been the ground floor. The building was gone. Just a crater of broken concrete and twisted rebar, open to the night sky, dust billowing. And surrounding the crater, in a loose circle, were Death Eaters. 12 of them. Black robes, silver masks, wands drawn. They stood at the edges of the debris field like mourners at a grave, and in the center of their line, standing on a pile of rubble with the casual authority of a king surveying his domain, was a woman. Not a Death Eater. She wore a gray suit, impeccable, tailored, not a speck of dust despite the explosion. Her dark hair was pulled back in a severe bun. Her face was angular, symmetrical, and utterly devoid of expression. The Adjudicator. Harry knew her. Not personally, he'd never met her, but he knew her type. The high table's enforcement arm. The bureaucratic face of institutional violence. She was the person who showed up when someone broke the rules, and she was the person who decided what the consequences were. Harry Potter, she said. Her voice was neutral, precise, the voice of someone reading a verdict. You have been declared excommunicado by the high table. All services are revoked. All protections are void. You have been deemed an unsanctioned asset operating outside table authority. The bounty on your head is $14 million. Harry climbed out of the rubble. He was covered in concrete dust, bleeding from a cut on his forehead. The old scar had split open, which was painful and cosmically ironic, and his magic was depleted from holding the shield. The P-30L was still in its holster. The wand was still in his hand. He looked at the Adjudicator. He looked at the 12 Death Eaters. He looked at the crater where a building had been 30 seconds ago. 14 million, he said. I'm insulted. I thought I'd be worth at least 20. The Adjudicator didn't smile. You were given an opportunity to comply. You chose to resist. The table does not tolerate, the table has been compromised, Harry said. You're standing with Death Eaters. Servants of a Dark Lord who wants to enslave both the magical and Muggle worlds. Whatever the table told you about me, whatever justification they gave you for this operation, it came from Voldemort's people. You're being used. Something flickered across the Adjudicator's face. Doubt? Annoyance? Hard to tell. The table's decisions are not subject to your review, she said. The order stands. Then we have a problem. Snape appeared beside Harry, wand drawn, Vance leaning on his shoulder. The potion's master looked at the surrounding Death Eaters and his face went through a complex series of expressions that ended in grim resignation. 12-3, Snape murmured. And one of us is barely conscious. 12-2, Harry corrected. Get Vance out of here. Apparate. We're inside an anti-apparition field. They set one up while we were underground. Harry filed that information under Problems and assessed the tactical situation. 12 Death Eaters plus the Adjudicator, in a circle around them. Limited cover, just rubble. His magic was depleted but recovering. Snape was functional. Vance was not. The anti-apparition field meant they couldn't run. Which meant they had to fight. He'd fought worse odds. Once, in the Continental's basement, when a rival faction had sent 8 men to kill Winston and Harry had been the only thing between them and the office door. He'd been 14. He'd won. This was different. These weren't Muggle contractors. These were wizards. But they were also Death Eaters, which meant they were overconfident, poorly disciplined, and accustomed to fighting people who were afraid of them. Harry was not afraid of them. Snape, he said quietly. On my signal, shield Vance and yourself. I'll handle the rest. Potter, that's 12 experienced dark wizards, I know what they are. Signal is now. Harry moved. He didn't cast first. He drew the P-30L and fired, 3 shots, rapid, controlled, aimed at the 3 Death Eaters directly in front of him. The first round hit a mask and the head behind it snapped back. The second hit a shoulder, the Death Eater spun sideways. The third hit center mass on a wizard who had been raising his wand to cast. The circle broke. The Death Eaters had expected magic, curses, shields, the standard repertoire of a magical duel. They had not expected a 15-year-old boy to shoot them. The psychological shock of the unexpected bought Harry 2 seconds, and 2 seconds was a lifetime. He surged forward into the gap he'd created, wand coming up, and the spells came like breathing: stupefy, stupefy, reducto, the last one shattering a chunk of rubble that a Death Eater was using as cover, sending fragments flying. Harry rolled through the debris, came up on one knee, and fired twice more with the P-30L. A Death Eater fell. Another ducked. Snape, behind him, had thrown up a massive shield charm around himself and Vance and was casting offensive spells through gaps in his own shield, a technique Harry had never seen before and filed away for later study. Snape's curses were vicious, precise, and decidedly not from the standard Hogwarts curriculum. A killing curse, bright green, the color of Harry's eyes, screamed past his head. He felt the wind of it, the cold, the hunger in the magic. Someone in the circle was throwing unforgivables. Harry identified the caster, a tall Death Eater at the far edge, wand arm extended, already preparing another killing curse. Harry raised the P-30L and shot him in the leg. The Death Eater screamed and collapsed, the curse dying on his lips. 7 down. 5 left. The remaining Death Eaters were retreating, pulling back, losing formation. The adjudicator hadn't moved. She stood on her pile of rubble, watching the fight with clinical detachment, making no attempt to intervene. Harry advanced. A curse hit his shield charm and shattered it, powerful. Someone in the group was genuinely skilled, and Harry felt the impact like a punch to the chest. He stumbled, recovered, cast another shield, and kept moving. Stupefy. Another Death Eater down. Expelliarmus. A wand flew from a hand. Harry caught it, snapped it, threw the pieces. Reducto. The ground beneath 2 Death Eaters erupted, throwing them into the air. They landed hard and didn't get up. 1 left. The last Death Eater, a woman, small, fast, threw a curse Harry didn't recognize. It hit his shield and passed through it, a bolt of purple light that struck Harry in the left arm. Pain exploded from elbow to shoulder, a cutting curse, not lethal, but deep. Blood soaked his sleeve. Harry's response was immediate and disproportionate. He dropped the shield, raised his wand, and cast a spell that Ms. Voss had taught him once and told him never to use unless he had no other choice. A spell without an incantation, powered entirely by intent, the raw, focused will to end a threat. The air between Harry and the Death Eater compressed. It was visible, a shimmering distortion, like heat haze, that crossed the distance in a fraction of a second and hit the woman with the force of a freight train. She flew backward, crashed through the wall of the adjacent building, and didn't come back. Silence. Harry stood in the ruins, bleeding, breathing hard, surrounded by unconscious and wounded Death Eaters. The cut on his arm was deep and his left hand was going numb. The scar on his forehead was burning with a dull, persistent fire. He looked at the adjudicator. She looked at him. 12 experienced dark wizards, Harry said. And you watched. I'm an observer. I don't participate. You set this up. You collapsed the building. You coordinated with Death Eaters to trap and kill me. I coordinated with operatives to execute a sanctioned high table order. The Death Eaters were contracted through appropriate channels. Appropriate channels, Harry repeated. His voice was flat. Dead. You just watched 12 people try to kill me and a member of Dumbledore's order who was chained in a basement, and you're talking about channels. The table is compromised. Harry stepped forward. The adjudicator didn't step back, which meant she was either brave or stupid or both. Someone in the table's leadership is working with Voldemort. They used you to authorize the operation at Hogwarts. They used you to set up this safe house as a trap. And now 12 of their soldiers are on the ground and you're standing here telling me about protocols. Something shifted in the adjudicator's expression. The mask cracked, just slightly. Not emotion, calculation. She was processing the information, running it against what she knew, testing Harry's claims against the evidence of her own experience. "I follow the table's decisions," she said. "If those decisions were made under false pretenses, they were. Then I would need proof. You're standing in it. Look around you. Death Eaters and high table operators working together. Dark wizards and professional criminals sharing resources, sharing intelligence, sharing targets. This isn't a business arrangement, it's an infiltration. Voldemort is using the table the way he uses everything, as a tool to be exploited and then discarded." The adjudicator was silent for a long time. The night air was cold. Sirens wailed in the distance, Muggle emergency services responding to the explosion. "I will investigate," she said finally. "If your claims are verified, the table will respond. And my excommunication? Suspended. Pending review. That's not good enough. I want it revoked. You'll get what the table decides you deserve. I always do." They stared at each other for another moment. Then the adjudicator turned and walked away, stepping over unconscious Death Eaters with the same precise indifference she'd shown while watching them fight. Harry watched her disappear into the London night. Then he holstered the gun, sheathed the wand, and pressed his right hand against the wound on his left arm to slow the bleeding. Snape materialized beside him. The anti-apparition field dropped when the last caster went down. "We can leave. Vance. Stable. I've stopped the worst of the bleeding. She needs proper medical attention. Take her to Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey. And you?" Harry looked at the ruins. At the blood. At the sirens getting closer. "I need to make a phone call." Snape looked at him like he'd suggested tap dancing. "A phone call. There's a phone box on the corner. I'll be 5 minutes. Potter, you're bleeding, I'll be 5 minutes." Snape's jaw tightened. But he took Vance and Apparat, leaving Harry alone in the wreckage. Harry walked to the phone box. Fed in a coin. Dialed a number he'd memorized before he could read. 2 rings. A click. A familiar voice, deep, warm, precise. "Continental Hotel, London. How may I direct your call?" "Sharon. It's me." A pause. The briefest pause. "Harry. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I need to speak to Winston." "Hold." 30 seconds of silence. Then, "Harry." Winston's voice. Measured, controlled, but Harry could hear the tension underneath, the particular frequency that meant Winston had already heard something and was waiting for confirmation. "The high table declared me excommunicado," Harry said. "They sent a retrieval team to Hogwarts and a kill team to a safe house in London. The adjudicator is coordinating with Death Eaters." Silence. "The adjudicator has suspended the excommunication pending investigation," Harry continued. "But someone in the table's leadership authorized this. Someone with enough influence to issue orders through proper channels without raising flags. Winston, this came from the top." More silence. Then Winston spoke, and his voice was the coldest Harry had ever heard it. "Come home, Harry." "I can't. Not yet. There's work to do at Hogwarts." "Harry. Come. Home." "No." The word hung in the phone line like a blade. "This is my fight," Harry said. "Voldemort killed my parents. The table tried to kill me. These two things are connected, and I'm going to find out how, and I'm going to end both of them. I'm not running. I'm not hiding. I'm staying at Hogwarts, and I'm finishing this." Winston was quiet for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, not warmer, but deeper, with a weight to it that Harry recognized as pride wrapped in fear. "Then you need to know something," Winston said. "Something I should have told you before you left." "What?" There's a vault. Beneath the London Continental. Third sublevel, behind the false wall in the old wine cellar. I had it built after I took you in. Inside is everything I've gathered over 15 years, intelligence on Voldemort, on his followers, on his operations in both the magical and muggle worlds. Financial records. Communications intercepts. Names of every contact he has within the high table structure. Harry's hand tightened on the phone. Why didn't you give me this before? Because I was afraid it would make you stay. Make you fight. I wanted you to go to Hogwarts and learn, Harry. Not wage a war. I can do both. I know. That's what terrifies me. Another pause. The vault code is your birthday. Reversed. I'll tell Sharon to expect you. Thank you, Winston. Harry. Yes. Be careful. Not for your sake. For mine. I'm too old to lose a son. The line went dead. Harry hung up the phone, leaned his forehead against the cold glass of the phone box, and let himself feel, just for a moment, the full weight of everything that was coming. Then he straightened, pressed his hand harder against the wound on his arm, and disapparated. He'd figured out the trick during the fight, the compression, the darkness, the destination. It wasn't complicated. It was just another form of movement, and movement was something Harry understood. He appeared at the gates of Hogwarts at 3 in the morning, walked across the grounds in the dark, and entered the castle through a passage he'd found during his first week, a concealed entrance behind a loose stone near the greenhouses that led to a corridor on the second floor. Tonks was waiting at the top of the corridor. She'd been crying, he could tell by the puffiness around her eyes and the fact that her hair was a washed-out gray, which he'd learned was her color for distress. She saw the blood on his arm and her face went white. Harry, it's a cut. Not deep. That is deep, you absolute, sit down. Sit down. He sat on the stone floor because arguing with Tonks when she was frightened was like arguing with gravity. She knelt beside him and rolled up his sleeve, and the sound she made when she saw the wound, a quick, sharp intake of breath, told him it was worse than he'd thought. She cast a healing charm. Then another. The skin knit together slowly, painfully, leaving a raised pink scar that ran from his elbow to his bicep. You went to London, she said while she worked. Her voice was carefully controlled. With Snape. To a safe house. And it was a trap. Yes. And you fought 12 Death Eaters. Yes. Alone. Snape helped. Snape said you took down 10 of the 12 yourself and that he's never seen anything like it in 20 years of warfare. Snape exaggerates. Snape has never exaggerated anything in his life. She finished the healing charm and didn't let go of his arm. Her hands were shaking slightly. Harry. You have to stop doing this. Doing what? Acting like you're expendable. Running toward danger like your life doesn't matter. You could have died tonight, I didn't. You could have. And she stopped. Her hair was shifting through colors again, gray to red to pink to red. I would have, I can't, Tonks. She looked at him. Her eyes were bright, and the corridor was dark, and they were sitting on a stone floor at 3 in the morning, and Harry realized with a strange, vertiginous clarity that this was what people meant when they talked about things mattering. I'm not expendable, he said. I know that. I've never thought I was. But I'm also not going to stand behind other people while they take risks that I'm better equipped to handle. That's not who I am. I know who you are. That's the problem. She let go of his arm. Sat back on her heels. Took a breath. Just, promise me something, she said. What? Don't die. That's it. That's the whole promise. Don't die. Harry looked at her, the pink hair reasserting itself, the combat boots, the eyes that saw through everything he put up between himself and the world. I promise, he said. She nodded. stood. Offered him a hand. He took it and she pulled him to his feet, and for a moment they were standing very close in a dark corridor, and the air between them was thick with things neither of them was ready to say. "Go to bed, Potter," she whispered. "You first." She almost smiled. Almost. Then she turned and walked away, and Harry watched her go and thought about the phone call with Winston, and the fight in the ruins, and the adjudicator's cold eyes, and the warmth of Tonks's hands on his arm. He went to bed. He didn't sleep. He lay in the dark and thought about the vault beneath the Continental. 15 years of intelligence. Names, records, connections. The full picture of Voldemort's network, mapped and documented by the most meticulous man Harry had ever known. He thought about Emmeline Vance's words, "They have someone inside the school." He thought about the Horcruxes. Pieces of Voldemort's soul, scattered and hidden, the only thing keeping the Dark Lord alive. Dumbledore knew about them. Harry knew about them. But neither of them knew where they all were. Yet. Tomorrow, he'd go to Dumbledore and lay out everything he'd learned. The adjudicator. The compromised table. The safe house. Vance's interrogation. The spy inside Hogwarts. And then he'd go to the Continental and open that vault, and he'd take every piece of intelligence Winston had gathered, and he'd build the operational picture that neither Dumbledore's order nor the High Table had been able to construct. The picture of how to destroy Voldemort. Not defeat. Not banish. Destroy. Every Horcrux. Every follower. Every connection, every safe house, every source of power and influence. Rip it out by the roots until there was nothing left. Harry lay in the dark of Gryffindor Tower and made his plan, and outside the windows the sky began to lighten, and somewhere in the castle a clock struck 5, and somewhere far away, in a place that Harry could feel like a bruise on the inside of his skull, Lord Voldemort sat in the dark and felt, for the first time in a very long time, the cold, unfamiliar sensation of being hunted. Chapter 4, No Gods, No Masters. The vault beneath the Continental was smaller than Harry expected. A room the size of a walk-in closet, hidden behind a false wall in the old wine cellar, accessible only through a keypad that accepted his birthday reversed, July 13, 80, entered as 08-70-31. The door was steel, 3 inches thick, and it opened with a pneumatic hiss that smelled like cold air and old paper. Winston had been thorough. That was the first thought that hit Harry as he stepped inside and the overhead light flickered on, a single fluorescent tube that illuminated rows of filing boxes, stacked floor to ceiling on metal shelving, each one labeled in Winston's precise handwriting. Dates. Names. Locations. 15 years of intelligence, gathered piece by piece, contact by contact, from the shadowy intersection where the magical and criminal worlds overlapped. Harry had come alone. He'd left Hogwarts at dawn through the passage near the greenhouses, apparat to London, he was getting better at it, the compression no longer made him nauseous, and walked into the Continental through the front door at 7 in the morning. Sharon had been waiting at the desk, and the look on his face when he saw Harry, the cut on his arm, the dust still in his hair, the new hardness around his eyes, was something Harry chose not to examine too closely. "He's in the lounge," Sharon had said. "I'm not here for him. Not yet. I need the vault first." Sharon had nodded and handed him a torch, because the sublevels of the Continental weren't wired for electricity past the second basement. Now Harry stood in the vault and pulled the first box from the shelf. It was labeled 1981 to 1985, Potter/Riddle, background. He opened it and began to read. Winston's intelligence was meticulous. The first files covered the basics, the Potters, Voldemort's first war, the prophecy, or what fragments of it Winston had been able to obtain through his contacts, the attack on Godric's Hollow, Harry's survival, the subsequent collapse of Voldemort's organization. This was history Harry already knew, but Winston had added context that Dumbledore had never provided, financial records showing how the Death Eaters had funded their operations through both magical and Muggle channels, communication intercepts between Death Eater cells in the weeks after Voldemort's fall, and, most importantly, a list of names. Not the known Death Eaters. The unknown ones. The quiet supporters, the financial backers, the ministry officials who had enabled Voldemort's rise through bureaucratic complicity and strategic blindness. People who had never worn a mask or taken the dark mark but who had profited from the chaos and ensured that the infrastructure of terror remained intact even after Voldemort disappeared. Harry photographed every page with a small camera he kept in his coat, not magical, just a compact digital unit that worked fine in the absence of heavy magical interference, and moved to the next box. 1986 to 1990, High Table Contacts, Magical Sector. This was the gold. Winston had mapped the connections between the High Table and the magical world going back decades. It wasn't a formal alliance, it was more organic than that, a web of mutual convenience. Wizarding criminals who needed Muggle resources. Muggle criminals who needed magical services. Money laundering through Gringotts. Smuggling routes that used magical concealment. Assassination contracts that crossed the boundary between worlds. And threading through all of it, like a spider's silk, was Voldemort. Even before his return, even as a disembodied wraith hiding in Albanian forests and the back of a stuttering professor's head, Voldemort had maintained contacts in the criminal underworld. Through intermediaries, Lucius Malfoy chief among them, he had kept the channels open, the money flowing, the relationships warm. He'd been planning his return for years, and part of that plan had been to ensure that when he came back, he'd have access to resources that no previous Dark Lord had commanded. Harry found the file that confirmed what he'd suspected since the fight on Argyle Street. A single page, handwritten by Winston, dated 3 years ago, source Blackbird confirms, V's primary contact within High Table structure is Elder Vincenzo Cassiano, Eastern Table. Cassiano has been providing logistical support to V's network in exchange for magical services, specifically, memory modification of witnesses and competitors, and enchantment of security systems at Cassiano's properties. Relationship is transactional but deepening. Cassiano has proposed to V a formal alliance, High Table resources in exchange for magical supremacy in the post-V world. V has not yet accepted but has not refused. Assessment: Cassiano believes he can control V. He is wrong. Elder Vincenzo Cassiano. Eastern Table. The man who had authorized the adjudicator's operations against Harry. Harry photographed the page, closed the box, and reached for the next one. 1995 present, Horcruxes. His hand stopped on the lid. Winston knew about the Horcruxes. Harry opened the box. Inside were 6 files, each labeled with a single word or phrase. Diary. Ring. Locket. Cup. Diadem. Unknown. Harry's pulse didn't quicken, he'd trained that response out of himself years ago, but something in his chest tightened. He opened the first file. The diary. Tom Riddle's diary, created during his time at Hogwarts. Winston's source indicated it had been given to Lucius Malfoy for safekeeping and had been destroyed in 1993, slipped into a student's belongings, used to open the Chamber of Secrets, and ultimately stabbed with a basilisk fang by a house elf acting on Dumbledore's indirect orders. One down. The ring. Marvolo Gaunt's ring, hidden in the Gaunt family shack in Little Hangleton. Winston's notes indicated that Dumbledore had located and destroyed this Horcrux the previous summer. 2 down. The locket. Salazar Slytherin's locket, originally hidden in a cave protected by dark enchantments. Winston's source believed it had been moved, stolen by a Death Eater who had defected and subsequently died. Current location unknown, but Winston had a lead, the defector's house elf might know where the locket was hidden. The cup. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, believed to be stored in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Heavily warded. Essentially impregnable through conventional means. The diadem. Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem. Location unknown. Winston's notes were sparse on this one, just a single line, possible Hogwarts connection. Investigate room of hidden things. And the sixth file. Unknown. Harry opened it. A single page. Winston's handwriting, smaller than usual, as if the words themselves were dangerous. Source: Blackbird suggests a sixth Horcrux exists but cannot identify its nature or location. Circumstantial evidence points to the Horcrux being unintentional, created during the attack on the Potters when V's soul was already critically unstable. If this is accurate, the fragment may have attached itself to the only living thing in the room at the time of V's destruction. The boy. Harry. Harry read the page twice. Then he set it down, very carefully, on the shelf beside him, and stood in the cold light of the fluorescent tube and let the information settle. He was a Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort's soul was inside him. Had been inside him since he was 1 year old. It was the source of the connection, the cold presence at the edge of his mind, the ability to feel Voldemort's emotions, the scar that burned when the Dark Lord was near. The prophecy said neither can live while the other survives. Not because of some mystical destiny. Because they were literally tethered, Harry's life anchoring a fragment of Voldemort's soul, making true death impossible for either of them as long as the other existed. To destroy Voldemort completely, the Horcrux inside Harry had to be destroyed. Which meant Harry had to die. He stood in the vault for a long time. The fluorescent tube buzzed. The air was cold. Somewhere above him, the Continental went about its business, guests checking in, contracts being negotiated, the endless machinery of the underworld turning its gears. Harry thought about Tonks, sitting on the corridor floor at 3 a.m, asking him to promise not to die. He thought about Hermione and Ron and Neville, eating breakfast in the Great Hall, arguing about homework and Quidditch and 1,000 small things that made up a life. He thought about Winston, upstairs, drinking scotch and reading the Financial Times and worrying about a son who had walked into a war. Then he thought about his mother. About Lily Potter, standing between Voldemort and her baby, choosing to die so that he might live. About the sacrifice that had created the protection that had shattered the killing curse and sent Voldemort's soul fracturing into pieces. She had died for him. Without hesitation. Without calculation. Just love, raw, absolute, the most powerful magic there was. Harry picked up the page, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Then he gathered the rest of the intelligence, packed it into a single box, and carried it out of the vault. He closed the door. Reset the code. And climbed the stairs to the ground floor of the Continental. Winston was in the lounge. Harry set the box on the table between them and sat down. You knew, Harry said. About the Horcrux. Inside me. Winston's face didn't change. But his hand, the one holding the scotch glass, went very still. I suspected, Winston said. Blackbird's intelligence was not definitive, it was definitive enough. You knew, and you didn't tell me. I was going to tell you. When the time was right. The time was right 15 years ago. Or 10. Or 5. Any time before I walked into a war carrying a piece of the enemy's soul inside my head would have been the right time, Winston. The older man set down his glass. He looked at Harry, not with guilt, exactly, but with the particular weariness of a man who had made a terrible choice for what he believed were good reasons and was now confronting the consequences. What would you have done? Winston asked. If I'd told you when you were 10, 12, would you have processed that information rationally? Would you have continued your training, your education, your life, knowing that a fragment of the man who murdered your parents was living inside your skull? You don't get to make that decision for me. I was your father. That's exactly what fathers do, they make decisions to protect their children, even when those decisions are wrong. This wasn't protection. This was control. You kept information from me so that I would behave the way you wanted me to behave. That's not fatherhood. That's handling. It's what Dumbledore does. The words landed hard. Harry saw Winston flinch, a micro-expression, there and gone, but real. They sat in silence for a long time. The lounge was quiet at this hour, just two men in armchairs, a box of secrets between them, and the weight of 15 years of love made complicated by deception. "I'm not going to die," Harry said. Winston looked up. "The Horcrux has to be destroyed. That's a fact. But destroyed and killed are not the same thing. The diary was destroyed with a basilisk fawn. The ring was destroyed with the sword of Gryffindor. There are ways to destroy a Horcrux without destroying its container, it's just that no one's ever tried it with a living container before. And if there isn't a way, then I'll find one. I'm very good at finding solutions to problems that other people call impossible. You taught me that." Winston was quiet. Then, very slowly, something shifted in his expression, the controlled mask giving way, just for a moment, to the face of a man who was terrified for his child. "Harry," he said. "I'm sorry. I know. I should have told you." "Yes. Are we?" Winston paused. Took a breath. "Are we all right?" Harry looked at the man who had found him in a dumpster and raised him in a hotel for killers and taught him to survive in a world that had wanted him dead since birth. The man who read him bedtime stories and taught him to shoot and kept the most dangerous secret in both worlds locked in a vault because he was afraid of what it would do to his son. "We're all right," Harry said. "We'll always be all right. You're my father." Winston nodded. Picked up his scotch. Drank. "Now," Harry said, pulling the box toward him. "I need your help. Not as a father. As the manager of the Continental." "What do you need?" "Vincenzo Cassiano. He's the one behind the adjudicator's actions. He's Voldemort's contact in the High Table. I need everything you have on him, operations, weaknesses, leverage. And I need a meeting." "A meeting with whom?" "With Cassiano." Winston stared at him. "Harry. Cassiano is an elder of the High Table. He commands an army of operatives. He's been running the Eastern Table for 30 years. You don't just meet with him." "I do. Because I have something he wants." "Which is?" "Me. He sent a retrieval team and a kill squad. He wants me removed from the equation because Voldemort told him I'm a threat. If I offer to come involuntarily, to negotiate, he'll take the meeting. He's an elder. They always take the meeting. Their ego demands it. And once you're in the room, I'll do what I do best. I'll find out everything he knows about Voldemort's network, his Horcrux locations, his operational plans. And then I'll make sure Cassiano can never use any of it again. You're going to kill an elder of the High Table. I'm going to remove an elder of the High Table who has compromised the table's neutrality by allying with a magical terrorist. That's not assassination. That's housekeeping." Winston studied him for a long, heavy moment. Then he reached into his jacket and produced a gold coin, a continental marker, the most sacred currency in their world. A debt that could not be refused. "You'll need this," he said. "Cassiano owes me a favor, from 12 years ago. He'll honor it, he has to. The rules demand it." Harry took the coin. It was warm in his hand. "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Come back alive. That's all the thanks I need." Harry stood, picked up the box, and headed for the door. "Harry." He stopped. "The diadem," Winston said. "The fifth Horcrux. My notes mention a room of hidden things at Hogwarts. If I'm right, the Horcrux might be there." "The room of requirement," Harry said. "I've been using it for 3 weeks. It can become any room you need." "Can it become a room where things have been hidden?" Harry went very still. "The room of requirement. A room that became whatever you needed. If you needed a training room, it became a training room. If you needed a hiding place, I'll check tonight, Harry said. Be careful. Horcruxes are defended. They fight back. Everything fights back. I'm used to it. He left the Continental and Operaat back to Hogwarts. He appeared at the edge of the grounds at noon and walked through the gates like he owned them. The sun was out for once, pale and watery, but present, and the castle gleamed in the light like something out of a painting. Hermione intercepted him at the entrance hall. She'd clearly been watching for him, her face was tight with worry, and she had a rolled-up copy of the Daily Prophet in her hand that she was gripping like a weapon. Where have you been? You missed morning classes. McGonagall is furious. Snape covered for you, said you were in the hospital wing, but, I was in London. I had to pick something up. She looked at the box under his arm. What is that? Intelligence. 15 years of it. Everything my father gathered on Voldemort, his followers, and his operations in both worlds. Hermione's eyes went wide. 15 years. Harry, that's invaluable. Yes. I need your help going through it. My help? You're the smartest person I know, Hermione. I have thousands of pages of raw intelligence, financial records, communication intercepts, network maps, source reports. I need someone who can process information fast, identify patterns, cross-reference data. That's you. She stared at him. Then she straightened, and something hard and bright came into her eyes, the look of a person who had just been given a mission that matched the full scope of their abilities. Where do we work? She said. Room of requirement. Tonight. After dinner. I'll be there. Harry nodded and turned to go, but she caught his arm. Harry. Ron and Neville, they've been worried too. They want to help. Then bring them. But Hermione, he held her gaze. What we're going to find in these files is going to be ugly. War is ugly. Voldemort's network is built on torture, murder, and corruption. Some of the names in these files are going to be people you know. People you trust. Are you ready for that? I've been ready since I was 11 and a troll tried to kill me in a bathroom. That's a long story, she added when she saw his expression. I'll tell you sometime. He almost smiled. Tonight. Room of requirement. 8 o'clock. She nodded and walked away, already thinking, he could see it in the way she moved, faster, more purposeful, her mind spinning up like an engine. Harry took the box to Gryffindor Tower, stored it in the concealed compartment of his trunk, and went to find Dumbledore. The headmaster's office was quiet when Harry arrived. Dumbledore was sitting behind his desk, but he wasn't reading or working or fiddling with his silver instruments. He was just sitting, hands folded, looking at nothing. He looked old. Not the vigorous, twinkling-eyed old of their first meeting. Just, old. Tired. You know about the Horcrux, Harry said from the doorway. Dumbledore's eyes closed. A breath. Then they opened. Yes. Inside me. Yes. Harry walked into the office and sat down in the chair across from the desk. Not because he was invited, but because what he had to say needed to be said face to face. How long have you known? Since the night it happened. Not with certainty, certainty came later, as I gathered evidence, but I suspected from the moment I saw the scar. The nature of the wound. The connection to Voldemort. The ability to speak Parseltongue, which I assume you can. I can talk to snakes. Yes. Ms. Voss discovered it when I was 9. She had me practice with an adder. Parseltongue is a trait of Slytherin's bloodline. You don't have Slytherin blood. The ability came from the fragment of Voldemort's soul that attached itself to you. And your plan was, what? Let me live my life until Voldemort came back, then aim me at him and hope I died in the right order. Destroy the Horcrux inside me by having Voldemort kill me, then rely on some miracle to ensure I survived. Dumbledore's silence was the loudest sound Harry had ever heard. That was your plan, Harry said. You were going to raise me like a lamb for slaughter. Kind and gentle and trusting, so that when the time came, I'd walk into death willingly. That's why you wanted me at the Dursleys, not for protection, but for compliance. A boy raised in misery, desperate for approval, who would sacrifice himself if the right authority figure asked him to. Harry, am I wrong? Another silence. Then Dumbledore spoke, and his voice was raw in a way Harry had never heard it. You are not wrong. And I am not proud. Harry leaned back in his chair. He looked at the old man, the greatest wizard alive, the leader of the resistance, the architect of a plan that required a child's death, and felt something unexpected. Not anger. Not contempt. Pity. You've been carrying this for 15 years, Harry said. The knowledge that the only way to destroy Voldemort was to destroy me. You've been building toward it, preparing for it, dreading it. And when I disappeared, you didn't just lose your weapon. You lost the boy you were going to have to kill. That must have been, he paused. I don't know. Horrible. Relieving. Both? Both, Dumbledore whispered. God help me, both. Here's the thing, Professor. I'm not going to die. Dumbledore looked at him. I'm not the boy you planned for. I wasn't raised in misery. I wasn't raised to be compliant. I was raised to solve problems, and you have to die is not a solution, it's a failure of imagination. The Horcrux can be destroyed without killing the host. There are methods. Basilisk venom administered in sublethal doses, combined with phoenix tears to heal the physical damage while the venom targets the soul fragment. Fiend fire applied through precise magical targeting, dangerous but theoretically possible. Goblin-forged weapons enchanted to absorb dark magic. Or, Harry leaned forward. The killing curse itself. Dumbledore blinked. The fragment inside me is a parasite, Harry said. It's not integrated with my soul, it's attached, like a leech. If I were hit with a killing curse, the curse would target the weakest soul in the host body. Not mine. The fragment. The fragment would die, and I would survive, damaged, possibly, but alive. That is, a theory. It's more than a theory. I found research in my father's files, wizarding scholars who studied Horcrux lore in the 12th and 13th centuries. The mechanics are consistent. A killing curse destroys the soul. If there are two souls in one body, it destroys the weaker one. And if you're wrong, then I'm dead, and you get the outcome you planned for anyway. Nothing lost. Dumbledore stared at him for a very long time. You would take that risk, the old wizard said. Willingly. I'd take any risk to finish this. That's the difference between us, Professor. You plan for acceptable losses. I plan for victory. They're not the same thing. Dumbledore removed his glasses and pressed his fingers to his eyes. When he replaced them, the twinkle was gone, and what remained was something more honest, a brilliant, exhausted, deeply flawed man who was realizing that the universe had sent him something he hadn't planned for. What do you need from me? Dumbledore asked. 3 things. First, the full prophecy. No fragments. No paraphrasing. The whole thing, word for word. Dumbledore nodded. He stood, walked to a cabinet in the corner, and retrieved a small glass sphere filled with swirling white mist. He set it on the desk. Touch it, he said. Harry touched the sphere. A voice emerged, thin, rasping, echoing, and it spoke words that settled into Harry's mind like stones dropping into still water. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Harry listened. The voice faded. He lifted his hand from the sphere. Power the Dark Lord knows not, Harry repeated. Dumbledore, what power? I believe it refers to love. Love. Your mother's sacrifice. The protection it created. The ability to feel, to connect, to care for others, something Voldemort has never understood and never will. Harry considered this. Love as a weapon. It sounded like something from a fairy tale, soft, sentimental, the kind of thing that got people killed in the world he came from. But his mother's love had destroyed Voldemort once. Not metaphorically. Literally. The killing curse had rebounded because Lily Potter had loved her son enough to die for him. That wasn't sentiment. That was power, raw, devastating, the kind of power that rewrote the rules of magic. I don't fully understand it, Harry admitted. But I accept it. Second thing, Emmeline Vance told us there's a spy inside Hogwarts. Someone feeding information to Voldemort. I need to know who it is. I have my suspicions, Dumbledore said carefully. Share them. Mundungus Fletcher. A member of the Order, peripherally. He's a petty criminal, a fence, a dealer in stolen magical artifacts. He has contacts in the criminal underworld and a flexible relationship with loyalty. Fletcher. Harry filed the name. I'll handle it. Carefully, Harry. I'm always careful. Third thing, I need access to the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. The Lestrange vault. Hufflepuff's cup is in there. One of the Horcruxes. I need it. Gringotts is impregnable. No one has ever successfully robbed it. No one has ever brought the right tools. Harry stood. I'm not going to rob it. I'm going to walk in, ask for access, and take what I came for. The goblins will never, the goblins are businessmen. Everything has a price. I just need to find theirs. He headed for the door. Harry. He stopped. For what it's worth, Dumbledore said quietly, I'm glad you're not the boy I planned for. The boy I planned for would have died. You might actually win. Harry looked back at him. I will win, Professor. That's not optimism. It's a professional assessment. He left the office and descended the spiral staircase. He found Mundungus Fletcher that afternoon. It wasn't difficult. Fletcher was a member of the Order of the Phoenix who had been given the job of monitoring Hogsmeade, the wizarding village near Hogwarts, for suspicious activity. In practice, this meant he spent most of his time in the Hog's Head pub, drinking cheap fire whiskey and selling stolen cauldrons out of a suitcase. Harry walked into the Hog's Head at 3 o'clock, spotted Fletcher at the bar, a squat, ginger-haired man with a face like a bloodhound and the personal hygiene of someone who'd given up on first impressions, and sat down next to him. Mundungus Fletcher, Harry said. Fletcher's drink stopped halfway to his mouth. His eyes slid sideways, took in Harry's face, the scar, the black overcoat, and something in his expression went from casual to panicked in about half a second. Harry Potter, Fletcher said. Blimey. Listen, I don't know what you've heard, but, I've heard that you've been selling information about me to Voldemort's network. My schedule, my habits, the layout of the school's defenses. I've heard that you were the source for the intelligence that allowed 12 Death Eaters to set up an ambush at a safe house on Argyle Street 3 days ago, which resulted in the kidnapping and torture of Emmeline Vance. Fletcher's face went gray. He set down his drink with a hand that was trembling badly. Look, I might have mentioned a few things to a few people, but I didn't know what they were going to. I thought it was just information, yeah. Just talk. I didn't know anyone was going to get hurt. Vance was chained in a basement for 3 days. They broke her wand hand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, all right. But you don't understand, they had leverage on me. I owed money. A lot of money. To people who don't accept excuses. And this bloke comes to me, says he'll clear my debts if I just, if I just share a few details about what the order's doing, what the school's like, where the wards are weak, who was the bloke. I can't, Harry moved. One hand caught Fletcher's collar, the other pressed the tip of his wand against the soft flesh under Fletcher's chin. The movement was so fast that the bartender, a surly old man who looked like a goat, didn't even register it. The name, Harry said. Yaxley. Fletcher choked. His name was Yaxley. Corban Yaxley. He's a Death Eater, works in the Ministry, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. What did you tell him? Everything. I told him everything. Your class schedule, your sleeping arrangements, the fact that you train in the room of requirement at night, the security rotation of the Auror, the pink-haired one. Harry's grip tightened. You gave them information about Tonks? Just her patrol schedule. That's all. I swear, what else? They asked about the castle's wards. Where the weak points are. I told them about the passage near the greenhouses, the one that bypasses the anti-apparition boundary, the passage Harry used. The one he'd thought was his secret. That passage is now compromised, Harry said. Which means every time I've used it, they could have been waiting. Fletcher was crying now, thick, ugly tears running down his blotchy face. I'm sorry. I know I'm a coward, all right. I've always been a coward. I just wanted the debts to go away. I didn't want anyone to die. Harry looked at him. A coward. A petty criminal who'd sold out the people who trusted him because he was too weak to face his own problems. In the Continental, men like Fletcher didn't survive long. They were liabilities, leaking vessels that endangered everyone around them. Harry released his collar. Fletcher slumped against the bar, gasping. You're done with the order, Harry said. You're done with Hogsmeade. You're done with anything connected to Dumbledore, me, or this war. You're going to leave this pub, go home, and stay there. If I find out you've spoken to Yaxley or anyone connected to Voldemort again, I won't have this conversation a second time. Fletcher nodded frantically. And Fletcher. Why yeah. The debts you owe. Give me the details. Names, amounts, who holds the paper. What? Why? Because I'm going to pay them. All of them. Consider it a gift from someone who understands that desperation makes people stupid. But the gift comes with a condition, you owe me now. And I collect my debts. Fletcher stared at him with the bewildered expression of a man who had expected to be killed and was instead being offered a lifeline. Why? He whispered. Why would you help me? After what I did. Harry stood and dropped a galleon on the bar. Because killing you doesn't solve the problem. It just eliminates a symptom. The problem is Voldemort's network, and I'm going to tear it apart piece by piece. Your debts were a thread they used to pull you in. I'm cutting the thread. He walked out of the pub and into the cold October air. Hogsmeade was quiet, shops open, a few students from the weekend visit still lingering. Harry walked through the village without seeing it, his mind already 3 moves ahead. Fletcher was neutralized. Yaxley was identified. The compromised passage needed to be sealed or, better, repurposed as a trap. And the intelligence from Winston's vault needed to be processed, tonight, with Hermione, Ron, and Neville in the room of requirement. But first, there was the matter of the diadem. Harry entered the room of requirement at 5 o'clock, 2 hours before the others were due to arrive. But this time, he didn't think about a training room. He thought about a different need. I need to find the thing that's been hidden here. The thing that Tom Riddle hid. Show me. The door appeared. Harry opened it. The room beyond was not a room. It was a cathedral, a vast, towering space filled from floor to ceiling with objects. Mountains of furniture, broken and whole. Towers of books. Piles of robes, weapons, bottles, cages, bones, boxes, and artifacts stretching into the distance like a city built from the discarded secrets of 1,000 years. The room of hidden things. Every object that had ever been concealed in the room of requirement, accumulated over centuries, piled and stacked and forgotten. Somewhere in this ocean of detritus was a Horcrux. Harry drew his wand and extended his senses. The ambient magic of the room was enormous, thousands of enchanted objects radiating conflicting signatures, a noise of magical energy that made precision detection almost impossible. Almost. Harry closed his eyes. He filtered the noise the way he'd been trained to filter background sounds when listening for a specific threat, pushing the irrelevant signals aside, layer by layer, searching for the particular signature of dark magic. Not just any dark magic. Voldemort's dark magic. The cold, hungry, wrong-feeling resonance he'd felt through the connection his entire life. There. Faint. Distant. But unmistakable. Like a heartbeat in a room full of static. He followed it. Through canyons of furniture and mountains of junk, past a stuffed troll and a collection of empty potion bottles and a broomstick that had seen better centuries. The sensation grew stronger as he moved, the dark magic pulling at him, tugging at the scar on his forehead, which began to burn with a dull, persistent heat. He found it on top of a cabinet, half buried under a moth-eaten wig and a tarnished tiara. Except it wasn't tarnished, it was darkened, deliberately, the metal absorbing light rather than reflecting it. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. A delicate circlet of silver and sapphire that should have been beautiful but instead radiated a wrongness that made Harry's teeth ache. He reached for it. Don't. The voice came from inside his head. Not the Sorting Hat. Not Voldemort. Something else, the Horcrux itself, sensing the threat, fighting back. Don't touch me. You need me. Without me, you'll never be strong enough. You'll never win. The old man will sacrifice you. The woman will leave you. The father who raised you kept secrets. No one tells you the truth. No one can be trusted. Only power. Only me. Harry listened to the voice the way he'd listen to an interrogation subject, with detached, clinical attention, cataloging the tactics, identifying the manipulation. Fear. Isolation. Paranoia. The Horcrux was trying to find his weakness, the crack in his armor that would let it burrow in and take hold. It wasn't going to find one. Not because Harry didn't have weaknesses, he did, but because the voice was making a fundamental error. It assumed Harry was afraid of being alone. It assumed Harry needed trust to function. Harry had been alone his entire life. He'd operated in an environment where trust was a luxury and betrayal was a professional hazard. He didn't need trust. He needed competence. And the voice in the diadem was not competent, it was desperate, a fragment of a shattered soul clinging to existence with the only tools it had. Harry picked up the diadem. The voice screamed. A blast of dark magic erupted from the circlet, cold, vicious, slamming into Harry's mind like a fist. Images flooded his consciousness, his parents dying, Winston lying to him, Tonks walking away, the world burning. Harry held the diadem and pushed back. Not with a clemency. Not with a spell. With himself, with the iron core of who he was, the thing that Winston and Sharon and Yuri and Kaze and Earl had built over 15 years. The discipline. The will. The absolute refusal to be broken by anything. The voice faltered. The images shattered. The dark magic recoiled. Harry stood in the room of hidden things, holding a Horcrux in his bare hands, and the Horcrux couldn't touch him. He needed something to destroy it. Basilisk venom, fiend fire, a goblin-forged weapon. He didn't have any of those things in the room. But he knew where to find one. He walked back through the piles of junk, the diadem wrapped in a cloth from the room's endless supply, and exited into the corridor. Then he re-entered the room of requirement with a different thought, I need the sword of Gryffindor. The room shifted. When he opened the door, there was a single object in the center of an empty stone chamber, a glass case, and inside it, a magnificent sword. Ruby pommel. Silver blade. Goblin forged, which meant it absorbed what made it stronger, and the sword of Gryffindor had been used to slay a basilisk, which meant it was impregnated with basilisk venom. Harry opened the case. Took the sword. It was lighter than it looked, balanced perfectly, and it hummed in his hand with a resonance that felt like recognition. He set the diadem on the stone floor. The voice was screaming again, louder now, desperate, "You can't. You need me. You'll die without me. You're nothing without me." Harry raised the sword and drove it through the center of the diadem. The sound was indescribable. Not a scream, something deeper, something that vibrated in frequencies that bypassed the ears and went straight to the bones. The diadem split. Black smoke poured from the crack, thick, oily, writhing, and a face formed in the smoke. Tom Riddle's face, young and handsome and twisted with rage. The face lunged at Harry. Harry didn't flinch. He stood his ground, the sword embedded in the Horcrux, and watched the fragment of Voldemort's soul thrash and scream and dissolve into nothing. The smoke cleared. The diadem lay on the floor in two pieces, inert, the dark magic gone. Just metal now. Just a broken crown. Harry pulled the sword free, wiped the blade on his coat, and leaned it against the wall. 3 Horcruxes remained. The locket. The cup. And the one inside him. He left the room and went to find the others. At 8 o'clock, the room of requirement was a war room. Harry had thought carefully about what he needed: a large table, good lighting, wall space for maps and charts, comfortable chairs, because this was going to be a long night, and a secure, soundproofed environment. The room delivered. Hermione arrived first, carrying her own stack of reference materials. Ron came next, looking slightly overwhelmed but determined. Neville came last, closing the door behind him with the expression of someone who wasn't sure they belonged but had decided to show up anyway. Harry set Winston's box on the table and opened it. "This is everything my father gathered over 15 years. Financial records, communication intercepts, network maps, source reports. Somewhere in here is the complete picture of Voldemort's operation, his funding, his alliances, his safe houses, his chain of command." He looked at each of them in turn. "We're going to find it. All of it," Ron said, eyeing the box. "Tonight? We'll start tonight. This isn't a one-session job. But by the end of the week, I want a complete operational picture that we can act on." Hermione was already pulling files from the box, sorting them by date and category with the practiced efficiency of someone who organized things the way other people breathed. "Harry," Neville said. He was standing slightly back from the table, his hands in his pockets. "Why me?" "I'm not, I mean, Hermione's brilliant, Ron's your mate, but you're here because Bellatrix Lestrange tortured your parents into insanity," Harry said. "And because the Horcrux I need to get is in her family's vault at Gringotts. When we go after it, and we will, I want you there. Not because I need your help. Because you deserve to be part of taking something from the woman who destroyed your family." Neville stared at him. His jaw worked. His eyes were bright. "Okay," he said. "Tell me what to do." They worked. Hermione organized the files into a chronological framework, cross-referencing Winston's intelligence with her own knowledge of wizarding history and current events. Ron, who had grown up in the magical world and understood its social dynamics better than anyone in the room, identified connections that the raw data didn't make obvious: family ties, blood alliances, old grudges that shaped current loyalties. Neville, quiet and methodical, worked through the financial records with a patience that surprised everyone including himself. He'd spent years watching his grandmother manage the Longbottom estate, and he understood the language of money: where it came from, where it went, what it meant when it moved in unusual patterns. And Harry synthesized. He stood at the wall, where he'd pinned a map of Britain and a network diagram, and he connected dots. Every name, every transaction, every intercepted communication became a node in the web, and gradually, over hours of work, cups of tea that the room provided, and increasingly heated debates about interpretation, the web took shape. Voldemort's network was larger than anyone had guessed. Not just Death Eaters, that was the inner circle, the true believers, maybe 40 or 50 in total. The real network was the outer ring, the businessmen, the politicians, the bureaucrats, the criminal contacts. Hundreds of people who weren't loyal to Voldemort's ideology but were loyal to his money, his power, his ability to make problems disappear. Lucius Malfoy managed the political wing. Yaxley managed the ministry infiltration. Augustus Rookwood ran intelligence. And Vincenzo Cassiano, the High Table Elder, managed the interface between the magical and muggle criminal worlds, providing logistics, manpower, and deniability. It's like a corporation, Hermione said, staring at the network diagram. He's organized it like a corporation. Board of directors, department heads, middle management. The Death Eaters are the executive team, and everyone else is support staff. That's exactly what it is, Harry said. Voldemort isn't just a Dark Lord. He's a CEO. He runs his organization the way a business operates, hierarchical, compartmentalized, with clear lines of authority and accountability. That's why he's been so hard to fight. You can kill Death Eaters all day long and the organization survives, because the infrastructure is separate from the ideology. So how do you beat it? Ron asked. The same way you beat any corporation. You don't attack the product. You attack the funding. Harry pointed to the financial records. Neville, what did you find? Neville shuffled through his papers. Most of the money flows through 3 channels. Magical, the Malfoy, Lestrange, and Not family vaults at Gringotts. Muggle, shell companies registered in Cyprus, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands, all controlled by Cassiano's network. And the bridge between them, a small wizarding bank in Zurich called Teufelsgold that handles currency conversion between Galleons and Muggle currencies. If we shut down Teufelsgold, Harry said, we cut the connection between the magical and Muggle funding streams. Voldemort loses access to Muggle resources. Cassiano loses access to magical ones. The alliance fractures. Can we shut down a bank? Ron said skeptically. We can if we have the right leverage. And we do. Harry produced the gold coin, Winston's marker. This gets me a meeting with Cassiano. And at that meeting, I'm going to give him a choice, sever ties with Voldemort and withdraw the High Table from the conflict, or lose everything. And if he refuses? Hermione asked. He won't refuse. I'll make sure the alternative is unacceptable. The room was quiet for a moment. Then Neville spoke, and his voice was steady. When do we go after the cup? The one in Lestrange's vault. After Cassiano. I need the High Table neutralized before I can move on Gringotts. If Cassiano's operatives are still in play, they could interfere with the vault operation. One thing at a time. And the locket? Hermione asked. I have a lead. Winston's files mention a house elf who may know where it is. I'll track that down after Gringotts. That leaves, Hermione paused. She looked at Harry. That leaves the last one. The one you haven't told us about. Harry looked at her. She was watching him with those sharp, perceptive eyes, and he could see that she'd already guessed, or come close to guessing. We'll deal with that one last, Harry said. I have a plan. What plan? One that will work. That's all you need to know right now. She didn't press it. But the look she gave him said she would. Eventually. They worked until 2 in the morning. By the time they stopped, the wall was covered in maps, charts, names, and connections. The complete picture of Voldemort's operation, or as complete as they could make it from the available intelligence. Ron fell asleep in his chair at midnight. Neville lasted until 1:30 before his eyes started closing. Hermione was still going at 2, but Harry finally told her to stop. You need sleep. There's still the Zurich files, tomorrow. Go. She stood reluctantly, gathered her notes, and headed for the door. Ron and Neville shuffled out ahead of her, yawning. Harry, Hermione said from the doorway. Yeah. The way you handled Fletcher today. Ron told me about it. He heard from the Weasley twins, who heard from someone who was in the Hog's Head. News travels fast. You paid his debts. You could have, I don't know. Hurt him. Punished him. But you paid his debts instead. It was the strategically optimal choice. It was also kind. Harry looked at the wall of intelligence, the names, the connections, the web of corruption and violence that had consumed both his worlds. Maybe, he said. Or maybe I just understand what it's like to be trapped by people who are more powerful than you, and I don't think anyone deserves to be used that way. Even cowards. Hermione smiled. Good night, Harry. Night, Hermione. She left. Harry stood alone in the war room, surrounded by the architecture of his enemy's empire, and began to plan its demolition. The meeting with Cassiano would happen within the week. Winston would arrange it. Harry would attend, alone, despite every objection he could already hear from Tonks and Hermione and Dumbledore, because this was his world, his language, his battlefield. After Cassiano, Gringotts. After Gringotts, the locket. And after the locket, the final Horcrux. The one inside him. The one that would require him to stand in front of a killing curse and bet his life on a theory. Harry looked at the map on the wall. Looked at the names. Looked at the web. I'm coming, he thought. Not to Voldemort. To all of them. To every person who had profited from the war, who had enabled the slaughter, who had stood by while families were destroyed and children were orphaned and the world was carved up between men who thought power meant permission. I'm coming. And there will be no mercy. He extinguished the lights with a wave of his hand and left the room of requirement. The corridor was dark. The castle was sleeping. Harry walked through it like a ghost, silent and purposeful, and the walls seemed to lean toward him as he passed, as if the ancient stones recognized one of their own. A defender. A weapon. A son of Hogwarts who had been lost and found and forged into something the world had never seen. Tomorrow, the demolition would begin. Chapter 5, No Mercy. The meeting with Vincenzo Cassiano took place in a private dining room at the Continental's New York branch, neutral ground, as tradition demanded, under the protection of Continental rules that even an elder of the high table couldn't violate without consequences. Harry arrived alone. He'd apparat to New York at 6 in the morning, stepping out of compressed darkness into a back alley in lower Manhattan where the cold hit him like a slap. November in New York. He'd been here twice before, once at 12, when Winston brought him for a meeting with the American Continental's manager, and once at 14, for a contract that he didn't think about unless he had to. The city smelled the same both times: exhaust, concrete, ambition. The New York Continental was grander than London's, a towering Art Deco building with marble floors and gold fixtures and a lobby that hummed with the quiet menace of very expensive people doing very dangerous business. Harry walked through the front doors in his black suit and overcoat, the P-30L in its shoulder holster, the wand in its forearm sleeve, the Fairbairn-Sykes knife at his ankle, and Winston's gold marker in his breast pocket. The concierge, a slim woman with silver hair and the flat eyes of someone who'd seen everything and been impressed by none of it, looked up as he approached. Harry Potter. For Vincenzo Cassiano. He's expecting me. She checked her ledger. Private dining room 3. 4th floor. You'll be searched before entry. No, I won't. She looked at him. He looked back. Whatever she saw in his face made her pick up the phone and have a brief, murmured conversation with someone on the other end. You may proceed, she said. 4th floor. Elevator on your left. Harry rode the elevator alone. The doors opened onto a corridor lined with oil paintings, Renaissance, Italian, probably stolen, and at the end of the corridor, a pair of double doors flanked by two men in dark suits who were so obviously armed that they might as well have been wearing signs. They didn't search him. They opened the doors. The private dining room was intimate, a single table set for two, white tablecloth, crystal glasses, a bottle of wine that cost more than most people made in a month. Floor-to-ceiling windows looked out over Manhattan, the city sprawling in every direction under a gray sky. Vincenzo Cassiano sat at the far end of the table. He was in his 60s, silver-haired, lean, with the kind of face that looked like it had been carved from old wood, all planes and angles, handsome in a severe way. His suit was charcoal gray, his shirt was white, his tie was silk, and his eyes were the color of frozen water. He was eating an olive, slowly, methodically, like it was a task that required his full attention. He looked up when Harry entered. Something flickered across his face, surprise, maybe, or amusement. He'd expected someone older. Everyone did. Harry Potter, Cassiano said. His voice was accented, Italian, cultured, the kind of voice that made threats sound like poetry. Please. Sit. Harry sat across from him. He didn't touch the wine. He didn't pick up the menu. He placed Winston's gold marker on the tablecloth between them. Cassiano looked at the coin. His expression didn't change, but his hand, the one holding the olive, stopped moving. A marker, he said. Winston's. You owe him a favor. From 12 years ago. A matter involving a shipment through the Suez Canal that would have been intercepted by Egyptian authorities without Winston's intervention. You agreed at the time that the debt would be honored without conditions. I remember. And Winston sends his son to collect? Winston didn't send me. I'm here on my own authority. You have no authority. You're excommunicado. Suspended. Pending review. Your adjudicator agreed. Cassiano's jaw tightened. He set down the olive, wiped his fingers on his napkin, and leaned back in his chair. The adjudicator acts on my orders. If I say the suspension is revoked, you won't. Because you called this meeting, which means you're curious. And curious men don't kill the thing they're curious about. Not until they've satisfied the curiosity. A long, measuring look. Then Cassiano smiled, thin, cold, the smile of a man who enjoyed meeting someone who wasn't afraid of him because it happened so rarely. You're direct, he said. I appreciate that. Most people who sit across from me waste the first 20 minutes on pleasantries and flattery. You've already played your marker. So tell me, what does the famous Harry Potter want from an old Italian with too much power and not enough patience? I want you to sever your alliance with Voldemort. The smile vanished. The room temperature seemed to drop. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. You've been providing logistical support to Voldemort's network for at least 3 years, Muggle resources in exchange for magical services. Memory modification, security enchantments, artifact procurement. You've been using high-table channels to fund his operations through shell companies in Cyprus and a conversion bank in Zurich called Teufelsgold. You authorized the adjudicator to send a retrieval team to Hogwarts and a kill squad to a safe house in London, both targeting me, both coordinated with Death Eaters. You're neck-deep in a magical war, Cassiano, and you're on the wrong side. Cassiano was very still. The frozen eyes hadn't blinked. Interesting story, he said. It's not a story. It's an intelligence briefing. I have documentation for everything I just said, financial records, communication intercepts, source reports. 15 years of intelligence gathered by the most connected man in the London underworld. I have enough to bring your operation down, burn your shell companies, freeze your accounts, and present the high table with evidence that one of their elders has been conducting unauthorized operations with an external power. That's a violation of the table's founding charter. The penalty is death. You're threatening me. I'm informing you. There's a difference. Cassiano studied him the way a chess player studies a board, not the pieces, but the spaces between them, the moves that hadn't been made yet. "What do you want?" he said again, and this time the question was genuine. "I want the alliance terminated. Immediately. All support to Voldemort's network, financial, logistical, personnel, ceases. The shell companies are dissolved. Teufelsgold is shut down. The adjudicator is recalled. Every operative you have in the magical world is pulled out. And in exchange? In exchange, I don't destroy you. The intelligence stays in my vault. The High Table never sees it. You remain an elder, with your power and your wealth and your reputation intact. All you lose is a business partner who is going to betray you anyway." "Betray me?" "Voldemort doesn't have partners, Cassiano. He has tools. You're useful to him right now because you provide resources he can't get from the magical world. The moment he achieves his goals, the moment he has the power he's been building toward, he won't need you anymore. And Voldemort doesn't leave loose ends. You seem very certain about his intentions. I have a direct line into his head. Literally. I know how he thinks. He's a narcissist and a sociopath who views every relationship as a transaction and every person as expendable. He told his followers the same things he told you, that the alliance would be mutually beneficial, that there would be shared power, shared territory. He's lying. He's always lying. The only thing Voldemort cares about is Voldemort." Cassiano was quiet for a long time. He picked up his wine glass, swirled the contents, didn't drink. "You're 15 years old," he said. "Yes. You walked into a meeting with an elder of the High Table, alone, armed, and delivered an ultimatum backed by intelligence that could destroy my entire operation." "Yes. Where did Winston find you?" "In a dumpster. When I was 1. Something shifted in Cassiano's expression, not warmth, exactly, but recognition. The look of a predator acknowledging another predator. "If I agree to your terms," he said slowly, "what guarantee do I have that the intelligence won't surface later? That you won't use it as leverage when it suits you?" "My word. The word of a 15-year-old assassin. The word of Winston's son. In our world, that means something. You know it does." Another long silence. The city murmured beyond the windows. Somewhere below them, millions of people went about their lives, unaware that the balance of a secret war was being negotiated over untouched wine in a room that didn't officially exist. "One condition," Cassiano said. "Name it. When you kill Voldemort, and I believe you will, I want his magical assets. The artifacts, the rare materials, the enchanted properties. There's a fortune in magical resources that will be unclaimed when he falls. I want first access." Harry considered it. Magical artifacts in the hands of a Muggle crime lord. Potentially dangerous. But also, potentially useful. If Cassiano had a financial incentive to see Voldemort fall, he wouldn't just withdraw support. He'd actively want the Dark Lord destroyed. "Agreed," Harry said. "With one limitation, nothing that can be weaponized. No dark artifacts, no cursed objects, no magical weapons. You get the commercial goods, potions, ingredients, enchanted jewelry, rare materials. The dangerous stuff gets destroyed." "Acceptable." Cassiano picked up the gold marker from the tablecloth and held it between his fingers. "The debt is paid," he said. "The debt is paid." He set the marker down. Extended his hand across the table. Harry shook it. Firm grip. Cold fingers. "You're an unusual young man, Harry Potter," Cassiano said. "I've been told. I suspect you're going to be a very dangerous adult." "I already am." Harry stood, buttoned his coat, and walked out of the private dining room without looking back. Through the corridor, past the guards, into the elevator. Down to the lobby. Out the front doors and into the cold New York morning. He ducked into the alley and operated back to London. Then, from London, straight to the gates of Hogwarts. The whole trip had taken 2 hours. The high table was neutralized. One problem down. 3 to go. Harry found the locket on a Thursday. The lead from Winston's files had pointed to a house elf named Creature, servant of the noble and most ancient House of Black. The house, number 12, Grimmauld Place, was the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, hidden from the world by a Fidelius charm, and Harry had gotten the address from Dumbledore with a minimum of argument. He went alone. Tonks had argued. Hermione had argued. Ron had argued. Harry had listened to all of them and then left at dawn without telling anyone, because this was a Horcrux hunt and he wasn't risking anyone else's life on a job he could do solo. Grimmauld Place was a narrow, gloomy townhouse in London's Islington Borough, squeezed between 2 Muggle houses whose occupants had no idea it existed. Harry found it easily. The Fidelius charm had no power over someone who'd been given the secret, and let himself in through the front door, which was unlocked and creaking. The house was dark. It smelled of dust, decay, and something older, the sour tang of a family that had rotted from the inside out. Dark wallpaper peeled from the walls. A chandelier hung crookedly from the ceiling. The floor groaned under Harry's feet. "Creature," Harry said. A crack of apparition. A house elf appeared in the hallway, ancient, wrinkled, hunched, with enormous bat-like ears and watery eyes that radiated suspicion and hostility. "Who is being in Creature's house?" the elf croaked. "Who is the stranger with the scar, walking into the house of Creature's mistress without being invited? My name is Harry Potter. I'm here about the locket." Creature went rigid. His enormous eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that was almost physical. "The locket," Creature whispered. "Master Regulus's locket. Regulus Black. Sirius Black's brother. He was a Death Eater who defected. He stole Voldemort's Horcrux, the locket of Salazar Slytherin, and hid it. Then he died. And he asked you to destroy it." Creature's eyes filled with tears. Great, glistening drops that rolled down his wrinkled face and dripped off his pointed chin. "Master Regulus was brave," Creature said. "Master Regulus was good. He told Creature to destroy the locket, and Creature tried everything, but nothing worked. The locket wouldn't break. It wouldn't burn. It wouldn't." The elf let out a wail that echoed through the empty house. "Creature failed. Creature failed Master Regulus." Harry crouched down so that he was at eye level with the elf. "You didn't fail. The locket can't be destroyed by ordinary means. It requires something specific, basilisk venom, fiend fire, or a goblin-forged weapon that's absorbed destructive magic. You couldn't have known that." Creature blinked at him through his tears. "Where is the locket, Creature?" "Creature has it. Creature kept it safe. Creature always kept it safe, even when the thief tried to take it." "What thief?" "The red-haired thief. The one who comes to the house with the order. He tried to steal Master Regulus's locket." Creature stopped him. "Fletcher. Mundungus Fletcher had tried to steal a Horcrux. The man's talent for being in the wrong place at the wrong time was almost supernatural." "Bring me the locket," Harry said. Creature disappeared with a crack and reappeared moments later holding a heavy gold locket on a chain. The thing radiated dark magic like heat from a furnace. Harry could feel it from 2 feet away, the cold, hungry presence of Voldemort's soul fragment pressing against his senses. He took the locket from Creature's trembling hands. It was heavier than it looked, and the surface was warm despite the cold emanating from its magical signature. An ornate S was engraved on the front, Slytherin's mark. "I'm going to destroy this," Harry told Creature. "Right now. The way Master Regulus wanted." Creature's eyes went wide. "The stranger can destroy it." "I can." Harry set the locket on the floor of the hallway. He drew the sword of Gryffindor from the expanded sheath on his back, a gift from the Room of Requirement, which had produced a sheath enchanted to hold the sword in a space no larger than a pencil case. "Stand back," Harry told Creature. The elf retreated to the far end of the hallway. Harry raised the sword. The locket opened. Not by Harry's hand, by its own will, the Horcrux sensing the threat and fighting back the only way it knew how. The twin glass panels inside the locket's face swirled with dark smoke, and from the smoke emerged two figures, not solid, not real, but vivid enough to shock. Lily Potter. James Potter. Standing in the hallway of Grimmauld Place, translucent, spectral, their faces twisted into expressions they had never worn in life. "You abandoned us," the Lily Spectre said, her voice a hollow echo. "You forgot us. You became a killer instead of a son. You're no better than him, no better than Voldemort, you're a weapon," the James Spectre said. "That's all you are. That's all you'll ever be. Not a person. Not a son. A tool. Used by Winston, used by Dumbledore, used by everyone." Harry brought the sword down. The blade split the locket with a sound like shattering glass. The spectres screamed, a high, thin wail that rattled the windows and sent dust cascading from the ceiling, and dissolved into black smoke that twisted, writhed, and dissipated into nothing. Silence. Harry stood over the destroyed Horcrux, breathing steadily, the sword in his hand. The two halves of the locket lay on the floor, inert, the dark magic gone. 4 Horcruxes destroyed. The diary, the ring, the diadem, the locket. 2 remained. The cup in the Lestrange vault. And the fragment inside Harry. Creature was staring at the broken locket with an expression of profound, overwhelming relief. Tears streamed down his face, but they were different tears now, not grief, but release. 30 years of guilt, dissolved in a single stroke. "It is done," Creature whispered. "Master Regulus's locket is destroyed." "It's done," Harry confirmed. He sheathed the sword and crouched in front of the elf again. "Creature. You served Regulus well. He'd be proud of you." The elf looked at him, really looked at him, the way people did when they were seeing Harry for the first time and trying to reconcile what they saw with what they expected. "Master Potter is kind," Creature said. "I have my moments." Harry left Grimmauld Place and Operaat back to Hogwarts. One more Horcrux. Then the endgame. Gringotts was chaos. Harry had spent a week planning the operation, and in the end, the plan was elegantly simple: walk in the front door and take what he came for. The goblins were not pleased. Harry arrived at Gringotts at opening time with Hermione, Ron, and Neville. He'd chosen his team carefully, Hermione for magical problem-solving, Ron for his ability to stay calm in a crisis and his knowledge of the wizarding world's social mechanics, and Neville because Harry had made a promise and he intended to keep it. They walked through the bronze doors and up to the head goblin's desk. Harry placed a stack of documents on the counter, legal papers, prepared by a wizarding solicitor he'd retained through one of Winston's contacts, establishing Harry's claim to the contents of the Lestrange vault under an obscure provision of wizarding property law. Article 7, Section 12 of the Gringotts Charter of Rights, Harry said. When a vault holder is convicted of crimes against the magical community and sentenced to Azkaban, their assets may be claimed by any party who can demonstrate direct harm caused by the vault holder's criminal actions. Bellatrix Lestrange was convicted of the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom. I have standing as a representative of the Longbottom family, authorized by Neville Longbottom, who is present, to claim specific items from the Lestrange vault as restitution. The head goblin, an ancient, sharp-faced creature named Ragnok, examined the documents with the meticulous attention of someone who lived and breathed contractual law. The authorization appears valid, Ragnok said, his voice a rustle of dry paper. However, the Lestrange vault is subject to additional protections, blood wards, duplication curses, and a dragon guardian. Access requires navigating these defenses. I'm aware. The bank assumes no liability for death or injury sustained during vault access. Understood. Ragnok looked at Harry over the documents. His black eyes were ancient, unreadable, and deeply unimpressed. "You are not what I expected, Mr. Potter." "I get that a lot. Shall we?" The cart ride to the Lestrange vault was a plunging, screaming descent through miles of underground tunnels. Hermione gripped the sides of the cart with white-knuckled hands. Ron looked faintly green. Neville closed his eyes and appeared to be praying. Harry sat in the front of the cart and watched the darkness rush past with the calm detachment of someone who had once been driven through downtown Beirut in an armored car at 90 miles per hour while people shot at the windows. The dragon was the first obstacle. It was enormous, a Ukrainian iron belly, pale and scarred and half-blind from years of underground captivity. It crouched in the cavern outside the Lestrange vault, chained to the floor by its hind legs, and it roared when the cart arrived, a sound that shook loose rocks from the ceiling and made the air taste like sulfur. Harry stepped out of the cart. "Harry, what are you?" Hermione started. He walked toward the dragon. The creature reared back, fire building in its throat, chains grinding against the stone floor. It was going to breathe. Harry could see the glow building in its mouth, the heat shimmer in the air. He raised his wand and cast, not an attack, but a charm. A calming charm, the same one Flitwick had taught him in his second week, amplified with every ounce of magical power Harry could push through his wand. The spell hit the dragon like a warm blanket, and the creature faltered. The fire died. The massive head swayed, then lowered, and the dragon let out a long, shuddering breath that smelled like a forge cooling. It sank to the ground, eyes half closed, docile. Harry walked past it. The others followed, Neville giving the dragon a very wide berth. The vault door was next. A Gringotts goblin, a junior clerk who'd been assigned to escort them, pressed his palm to the door and it ground open, revealing a cavern of gold. Not just gold. Everything. Mountains of coins, stacks of gems, armor and weapons and artifacts piled high, the accumulated wealth of one of the oldest pure-blood families in the wizarding world. It glittered and gleamed and made the air feel heavy with the weight of centuries. "The duplication curse," Hermione said sharply. "Don't touch anything. Everything in the vault will burn and multiply if you touch it, it's a defense mechanism. We need to find the cup without making contact with anything else." Harry scanned the vault. Thousands of objects. One cup. He closed his eyes and reached out with his magic, searching for the familiar signature of Voldemort's soul. The same cold, hungry resonance he'd felt in the diadem, in the locket, in the mirror of his own scar. There. High up, on a shelf near the back of the vault, half hidden behind a suit of enchanted armor. A small golden cup with two handles and a badger engraved on the side. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. Harry raised his wand. Accio cup. The cup flew off the shelf and into his hand, and the moment it touched his skin, the vault erupted. The duplication curse triggered on every object the cup had brushed during its flight. Gold coins multiplied, cascading like an avalanche. Gems spawned copies that burned white-hot. The floor was disappearing under a rising tide of searing metal. "Out!" Harry shouted. "Now!" They ran. Neville slipped on the multiplying coins and Ron grabbed his arm and hauled him forward. Hermione cast a freezing charm on the ground ahead of them, creating a path of solid ice through the chaos. Harry brought up the rear, holding the cup in one hand and casting shield charms with the other to deflect the burning objects that flew at them from every direction. They burst through the vault door and the goblin slammed it shut behind them. The sound of multiplying treasure was muffled but not silenced, a roaring, grinding cacophony that made the walls shake. "The cup," Hermione gasped. "Do you have it?" Harry held it up. Small, golden, radiating malice. "Let's not stay down here," Ron said, eyeing the vault door, which was beginning to bulge outward. They made it back to the surface in the cart, the cup secured in Harry's coat. The head goblin was waiting in the lobby, and his expression suggested that the destruction of the Lestrange vault's interior was going to be a significant insurance claim. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said. You have your item. I trust you found the experience educational. Thrilling. Thank you for your cooperation. The bank serves its clients. Even the difficult ones. The ghost of what might have been a smile on the goblin's face. Good day, Mr. Potter. They left Gringotts and stepped into Diagon Alley, blinking in the winter sunlight. Harry set the cup on a bench, drew the sword of Gryffindor, and destroyed the fifth Horcrux right there in public, on a Tuesday morning, in front of a dozen passing witches and wizards who stopped and stared as black smoke erupted from the shattered cup and a fragment of Voldemort's soul screamed itself into oblivion. 5 down. 1 to go. The final Horcrux was the hardest conversation Harry had ever had. He told them everything. All of them, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Tonks, Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall. He gathered them in the room of requirement on a cold November evening and told them about the fragment of Voldemort's soul inside his head, and the theory that a killing curse would destroy the fragment without killing the host, and the fact that there was no guarantee. Hermione cried. She did it silently, tears running down her face while her jaw stayed set and her eyes stayed fierce, and she didn't say a word until Harry finished talking. Then she said, "Show me the research." Harry showed her. The files from Winston's vault. The historical precedents. The theoretical framework. She read everything twice, asked 17 questions, argued with 3 of his conclusions, and then sat back and said, "The theory is sound. The probability of survival is approximately 70%. I had it at 75, Harry said. You're being optimistic. I'm being me. Ron didn't say much. He sat in his chair and stared at the floor, and when Harry finished explaining, Ron looked up and said, "You're my best mate, Harry. I just want you to know that." "I know. And if you die, I'm going to be really angry about it." Noted. Neville was pale but steady. "You're the bravest person I've ever met," he said. "And I've met my mum and dad." That one hit Harry somewhere deep. He didn't show it. Tonks pulled him aside after the meeting. The corridor outside the room of requirement was dark, and her hair was the washed-out gray of distress, and she was holding his arm hard enough to leave marks. "Don't," she said. "Tonks, don't do this. We'll find another way. Dumbledore can find another way. There has to be, there isn't. I've looked. This is the path. 70% isn't good enough. It's better than 0, which is what happens if the Horcrux stays intact. Voldemort can't die while it exists. The war never ends. People keep dying." He covered her hand with his. "This is what I was trained for. Not this specific thing, but this moment, the moment where the odds are bad and the stakes are everything and someone has to walk forward anyway. You don't have to be that someone." "Yes, I do. That's literally what the prophecy says." She made a sound that was half laugh, half sob. "I hate prophecies." "Me too." She looked at him in the dark corridor, and her hair shifted, gray to red to a deep, burning pink, and she leaned forward and kissed him. It was brief. Fierce. Her lips were warm and her hand was still gripping his arm and the world narrowed to the point of contact between them, 2 people in a dark hallway, one of them about to walk into possible death, the other refusing to let him go without knowing what this was. She pulled back. "That's so you have something to come back to." Harry touched his lips. Felt the warmth fading. Filed it away in the part of his mind that held the things worth fighting for. "I'll come back," he said. "Promise." "I already promised once." "Promise again." "I promise." She let go of his arm. Stepped back. Wiped her eyes. "Go save the world, Potter," she said. "And then come have tea with me." He watched her walk away. Then he turned and went to prepare. Voldemort came to Hogwarts on a Saturday. He came with everything he had, every Death Eater, every dark creature, every mercenary and monster he could muster. They emerged from the forbidden forest at dawn, a black tide of cloaks and masks and wands, and behind them came the giants, the Dementors, the Acromantulas, and the things without names that Voldemort had pulled from the darkest corners of the magical world. But he came without the high table. Cassiano had kept his word, the Muggle operatives, the logistics network, the funding pipeline, all of it was gone. Voldemort's army was magical only, and it was smaller than he'd planned, and the look on his face, visible even at a distance, pale and inhuman and furious, said he knew who was responsible. Harry stood on the steps of the castle and watched them come. Behind him, the defenders. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and every other professor willing to fight. The Order of the Phoenix, Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Remus Lupin, the Weasley parents, and 24 others. And the students, the ones who'd refused to leave, the ones who were old enough and brave enough or stubborn enough to stay. Hermione. Ron. Neville. The Weasley twins. Dozens of others. Harry had spent the night before preparing the castle's defenses. He'd sealed the compromised passage near the greenhouses. He'd laid traps in the corridors, magical and physical, because Death Eaters didn't expect tripwires and flashbangs, and the results were spectacular. He'd reinforced the wards with Dumbledore's help, layering new protections over the ancient ones. But he knew it wouldn't be enough. Voldemort had too many soldiers, too many creatures, too much raw power. The castle would fall eventually. The defenders would be overwhelmed. Unless Harry ended it first. "I need to get to him," Harry told Dumbledore as the dark army massed at the edge of the grounds. "Voldemort. Everything else is a distraction. If I kill him, the Death Eaters collapse. Their mark burns when he dies, it'll incapacitate most of them. The dark creatures are bound to his will. Without him, they scatter. He'll be at the rear," Dumbledore said. "He always leads from behind. Then I go through. Through an army. Through whatever's between me and him. That's what I do." Dumbledore looked at him. The old wizard's face was grave, but his eyes were bright, and Harry saw something there he hadn't seen before, not hope, exactly, but belief. The belief of a man who had spent 15 years planning for a sacrifice and was now watching something better unfold. "Go," Dumbledore said. "I'll hold the line here." "Snape." "I'm coming," Snape said from behind him, already moving. The potions master had shed his teaching robes and was wearing a long black coat not unlike Harry's, his wand in his hand, his face set in an expression of grim purpose. "Someone needs to watch your back." "I don't need." "Shut up, Potter. I made a promise to your mother. I intend to keep it." Harry looked at him. Then he nodded. They moved. The battle erupted around them the moment they left the castle steps. The Death Eaters attacked in waves, curses filling the air like tracer fire, the ground shaking from giant footsteps, the temperature plummeting as Dementors swept overhead. The defenders met them head-on, Dumbledore's magic a blazing wall of light that held the center, McGonagall's transfiguration turning rubble into soldiers that fought with stone fists, the students casting in disciplined lines that Hermione had organized. Harry and Snape went right, along the edge of the battle, using the terrain for cover. Harry moved the way he'd been trained, fast, low, unpredictable, and Snape matched his pace with the grim efficiency of a man who had survived 20 years of double agency. 3 Death Eaters blocked their path. Harry dropped 2 with stunners before they could blink. Snape took the 3rd with a curse that made the man's legs buckle and his eyes roll back. They kept moving. A giant loomed out of the chaos, 20 feet tall, gray-skinned, swinging a club the size of a car. Harry didn't slow down. He aimed the P-30L and fired 4 rounds into the giant's right kneecap. The giant screamed, stumbled, and Snape hit it with a conjunctivitis curse that blinded it. It crashed sideways, crushing 2 Death Eaters who hadn't moved fast enough. Through the smoke and dust, Harry saw her. Bellatrix Lestrange. She was standing on a rise 50 meters ahead, cackling, actually cackling, the sound cutting through the battle noise like a knife through silk. She was dueling 3 Order members simultaneously, her wand moving in vicious arcs, her spells leaving trails of purple fire in the air. She was beautiful in the way that madness can be beautiful, wild-eyed, feral, completely unrestrained. She saw Harry. Her eyes locked on him, and her face split into a grin of pure, lunatic joy. "Little baby Potter," she shrieked. "Come to play. Come to die, like your mummy and daddy." Harry veered toward her. "Potter, no." Snape grabbed his arm. "She's trying to delay you. Voldemort is beyond the Trilene. If you engage her, 10 seconds, Harry said. He shook free of Snape's grip and walked toward Bellatrix. She cast first, a killing curse, thrown with casual, laughing malice. Harry sidestepped it without changing his pace. She cast again, a cruciatus, aimed at his center mass. He batted it aside with a shield charm that he'd formed and dissolved in the same breath. He was 5 meters from her now. She was still grinning, but something was changing in her eyes, a flicker of confusion, a crack in the madness, because the boy wasn't fighting like a wizard. He was fighting like something else. Something she didn't have a category for. Harry drew the knife. Bellatrix swung her wand for another curse. Harry stepped inside the arc, caught her wand arm at the wrist with his left hand, and drove his right elbow into her solar plexus. The air left her lungs in a rush. She doubled over, and Harry twisted the wand from her fingers and snapped it in half. In the same motion, he spun her around, locked his arm around her throat, and pressed the flat of the Fairbairn's knife against her cheek. "This is for the Longbottoms," he said in her ear. Then he hit her with a stunner at contact range and let her drop. She hit the ground like a puppet with cut strings, unconscious, disarmed, finished. 7 seconds. Harry left her on the ground and kept moving. Behind him, Neville, who had been following at a distance, because Harry had known he would, because Neville was braver than anyone gave him credit for, reached the unconscious Bellatrix and stood over her with his wand drawn and his face set in stone. Snape caught up with Harry at the Trilene. "You said 10 seconds. I was efficient. You were showing off." "Also yes." They crossed into the forest. The sounds of battle faded behind them, muffled by the trees. The forest was dark, even at noon, the canopy blocking the sky. And ahead, in a clearing that Harry could feel more than see, a clearing that radiated cold and darkness and the psychic pressure of a mind that had torn itself apart 7 times and still refused to die, Voldemort was waiting. Harry felt him before he saw him. The scar exploded with pain, real, searing, nauseating pain that would have dropped anyone who wasn't prepared for it. Harry had been preparing for 15 years. He walked through the pain the way he walked through everything, forward. The clearing was small, ringed by ancient oaks. Voldemort stood at its center, tall, skeletal, white-skinned, with red eyes that burned in the dim light like embers. His wand was in his hand, a pale stick of yew that Harry knew contained the twin core to his own, phoenix feather, from the same bird. The Dark Lord looked at Harry. And for a moment, across the connection between their minds, Harry felt what Voldemort felt, surprise. Not at Harry's arrival, he'd expected that. Surprise at what Harry was. At the cold, focused, utterly unafraid thing that was walking toward him through the trees. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. His voice was high and cold and carried the particular resonance of a man who had stopped being fully human a long time ago. "The boy who lived. Come to die. Come to finish it," Harry corrected. "Brave words. Your parents said brave things too, before the end. My parents were better people than either of us will ever be. But I'm not here to be a good person. I'm here to kill you." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something that wasn't a smile. "You've destroyed my Horcruxes. I felt each one die. Clever boy. But you've missed one." He raised his wand and pointed it at Harry's forehead. "At the scar. At the fragment of his soul that lived behind it. You're my Horcrux, Harry. You can't destroy me without destroying yourself. And I don't think you have the courage. You're right about the first part, Harry said. He holstered the P-30L. Sheathed the knife. Held his wand at his side, not raised, not ready. Go ahead. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. What? You heard me. Cast the curse. Kill me. Destroy your own Horcrux. Because that's what'll happen, the killing curse will hit the fragment of your soul before it hits mine. You'll destroy the thing keeping you alive. That's exactly how it works. You split your soul 7 times. 7. The piece inside me is the smallest, the weakest, the most unstable. The killing curse targets the soul. If there are 2 souls in one body, it takes the weakest first. Cast the curse, and you kill yourself. Voldemort's face contorted. Harry could feel the fury through the connection, the blazing, irrational rage of a man who had built his entire existence around avoiding death and was now being told that his own weapon would be his undoing. You're bluffing, Voldemort hissed. I don't bluff. I calculate. And I've done the math. Snape was at the edge of the clearing. Harry could feel him, a dark, steady presence, wand ready, waiting. Harry gave a slight shake of his head. Don't interfere. Voldemort raised his wand higher. The tip glowed green, the color of the killing curse, the color of Harry's eyes, the color of the light that had killed his parents in a cottage in Godric's Hollow on a night that had shattered the world. Avada Kedavra. The green light hit Harry in the chest. He was somewhere else. Not dead. Not alive. Somewhere else. White. Formless. A space without dimension or detail, like the inside of a cloud. Harry stood, if standing was the right word, and looked around. He was in King's Cross Station. Not the real one, a pristine, ethereal version, white and gleaming and empty. No trains. No people. Just the vaulted ceiling and the platforms and the tracks, stretching into white mist. Under a bench, something was whimpering. Harry looked. It was a small, shriveled thing, like a flayed child, raw and red and trembling. It lay curled on the white floor, making sounds that weren't words, radiating misery and pain. The fragment. Voldemort's soul, ripped free of Harry's body by the killing curse. Dying. Harry looked at it. He felt, unexpectedly, pity. Not for Voldemort. For the fragment. For the thing Tom Riddle had done to himself, the self-inflicted mutilation, the destruction of his own soul in pursuit of immortality. This whimpering, broken thing was what remained of a choice made in fear and arrogance, and it was suffering in a way that nothing should suffer. He crouched beside it. I can't help you, he said. I'm sorry. The thing whimpered. Then it went still. Harry stood. He looked at the station. At the mist. At the tracks stretching into whiteness. He had a choice. He could feel it, the option to keep walking, to follow the tracks into whatever lay beyond. Rest. Peace. His parents, maybe. The end of pain and duty and the weight of being who he was. Or he could go back. He thought about Tonks in the dark corridor. About Hermione's tears and Ron's steady voice and Neville standing guard over a fallen enemy. About Winston in his armchair and Sharon at his desk in the Continental's lobby, full of killers, full of home. He thought about the promise he'd made. Both of them. Don't die. Harry turned around and walked the other way. He woke on the ground. The forest floor was cold and damp against his back. The canopy swayed overhead. Somewhere nearby, someone was screaming, high, thin, inhuman. Voldemort. Harry sat up. He was alive. The scar on his forehead was different. Still there, but quiet. No pain. No buzzing connection. No cold presence at the edge of his mind. The fragment was gone. For the first time in 15 years, Harry's head was entirely his own. Voldemort was on his knees in the center of the clearing. The Dark Lord's face was contorted in agony. The destruction of the Horcrux had rippled through the connection and hit him like a shockwave, damaging the already fragile architecture of his soul. His wand was on the ground. His hands were clutching his head. Harry stood. He picked up his wand. He walked to where Voldemort knelt. The Dark Lord looked up. His red eyes were wild, unfocused, and for the first time, they held something Harry had never seen in them before. Fear. Impossible, Voldemort whispered. You can't, the killing curse, you should be, dead. No. The curse killed the Horcrux. The part of your soul that was inside me. It's gone. And with it, your last anchor. You're mortal now, Tom. Voldemort lunged for his wand. Harry kicked it away, a simple, physical motion, no magic required. The wand skittered across the clearing floor and Snape's boot came down on it. Don't, Snape said quietly. Voldemort looked from Harry to Snape. His face twisted. Severus. My faithful servant. My loyal spy. Your mother named you after a Muggle, Tom, Snape said. Your father was a Muggle. You've spent your entire life running from that fact, and it's brought you here, on your knees, in the dirt, mortal, afraid. Lily Evans saw what you were before anyone else did. She saw that you were small. Voldemort's face contorted with rage. He raised his hand, wandless magic, a last desperate attack, a pulse of dark energy that erupted from his palm. Harry caught it. Not with a shield. With his hand. The dark energy hit his palm and he held it, absorbed it, felt it burn through his fingers, and then pushed it back. Not as dark energy. As something else. As the raw, focused will of a boy who had been forged in fire and had decided, 15 years ago, that he would not be broken. The energy hit Voldemort in the chest and he staggered backward. My mother died for me, Harry said, walking forward. She stood between you and my crib and she chose to die, and her love, her sacrifice, shattered you. Broke your curse. Broke your body. Broke your soul. You've spent 15 years trying to undo what she did, and you can't, because love isn't a spell you can counter or a shield you can break. It's the thing you never understood. The power the Dark Lord knows not. Voldemort was retreating, stumbling backward through the clearing, and Harry was advancing, and there was no wand in Harry's hand now, just his empty palms, because he didn't need a wand for this. The magic was in him, had always been in him, and it was pouring out like light, like warmth, like the opposite of everything Voldemort had built his existence around. You're afraid of death, Harry said. That's all you've ever been. Afraid. Every Horcrux, every murder, every atrocity, it was all fear. You tore your soul apart because you were afraid to die. And now you're going to do it knowing that it was all for nothing. The immortality. The power. The empire. Nothing. Voldemort hit the edge of the clearing. His back was against an oak tree. His red eyes were wide and rolling and his skeletal hands were raised in front of him, and he was making a sound, a thin, keening sound that was either rage or terror or both. Harry stopped. 2 feet away. Close enough to touch. My name is Harry Potter, he said. My mother was Lily. My father was James. They were brave and kind and they loved me enough to die for me. I was raised by a man named Winston in a hotel for killers, and I learned to fight before I learned to read, and I carry a gun and a wand and a knife and the weight of everyone I've ever lost. I am the last thing you will ever see. He raised his wand. Not his hand, his wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, the brother of the wand at Snape's feet. Avada Kedavra, Harry said. The green light left his wand and crossed the 2 feet between them in no time at all, and it hit Tom Marvolo Riddle in the chest, and the most feared Dark Lord in a century died the way he had always been afraid he would, alone, mortal, and utterly without mercy. Voldemort crumpled. His body hit the ground with a sound that was surprisingly small for the end of something so large. He lay on the forest floor, white and still, and the red light faded from his eyes, and he was just a dead man. Harry stood over him for a long moment. The clearing was silent. Even the trees seemed to be holding their breath. Then Snape's hand was on his shoulder. "It's done," Snape said. "Yes," Harry said. "It is." They left the clearing together. Behind them, the body of Tom Riddle lay in the leaves, small and ordinary, and the forest began to reclaim the space he'd occupied. The aftermath was noise. A lot of noise. The Death Eaters collapsed the moment Voldemort died. Their dark marks burned, searing pain that drove most of them to their knees, and the ones who didn't surrender outright were overwhelmed by the defenders within minutes. The dark creatures scattered, the Dementors fleeing into the sky, the giants retreating into the forest, the Acromantulas vanishing into the trees. Harry walked out of the forest and onto the grounds of Hogwarts, and the sound that greeted him was the sound of cheering. Hundreds of voices, from the castle walls and the grounds and the sky itself, screaming and crying and laughing, because the war was over, the Dark Lord was dead, and the boy who lived had lived again. Harry walked through it. People reached for him, students, teachers, order members, people he knew and people he didn't, and he let them touch his shoulders and his arms and his hands, because they needed to know it was real. He found Hermione and Ron on the castle steps. Hermione threw her arms around him and held on like she was trying to physically prevent him from disappearing. Ron clapped him on the back with a hand that was shaking. "You did it," Ron said. "You actually did it." "We did it," Harry said. "All of us." Neville was sitting on the steps nearby, Bellatrix's broken wand in his lap, looking dazed and peaceful. He'd stood guard over her through the entire battle. He looked up when Harry approached. "She's in custody," Neville said. "Aurors took her. She's going back to Azkaban." "Good. Harry." Neville's voice cracked. "Thank you. For letting me be part of this." Harry sat down beside him on the cold stone steps. "You were always part of this, Neville. From the moment Bellatrix chose your family as a target. You just didn't know it yet." They sat together and watched the sunrise. Tonks found him an hour later. She came around the corner of the castle at a dead run, her hair blazing pink, and she hit him at full speed, a collision that was half embrace and half tackle that nearly knocked them both to the ground. "You're alive," she said into his shoulder. "I promised." "You did. You absolute reckless lunatic, you did." She pulled back. Looked at his face. Touched the scar on his forehead, gently, with her fingertips. "It's different," she said. "It's just a scar now. Just a scar. No more connection. No more connection. He's gone, Tonks. All the way gone." She kissed him again. Not brief this time. Not desperate. Slow, and warm, and real, and Harry let himself feel it, the warmth, the softness, the terrifying vulnerability of caring about someone in a world that took people away. When she pulled back, she was smiling. "You owe me tea," she said. "I owe you more than tea. We'll start with tea. Everything else can wait." Harry didn't become Minister of Magic. He didn't become an Auror. He didn't take a position at Hogwarts or accept the Order of Merlin, first class, that the ministry tried to give him or agree to the 17 interview requests from the Daily Prophet or respond to the formal invitation from the International Confederation of Wizards to address their annual summit. He went home. The Continental was the same as it had always been, dark wood, soft lighting, the smell of gun oil and old books. Sharon was at the desk. Winston was in the lounge. The piano was playing. Harry walked through the lobby and sat in the armchair across from his father. Winston set down his newspaper and looked at him. "It's done," Winston said. "It's done. Voldemort? Dead. The Horcruxes? Destroyed. All of them. And you? Alive. Mostly intact. I need a shower and about 12 hours of sleep." Winston was quiet for a moment. Then he reached across the table and placed his hand on Harry's, a gesture so rare, so unlike the controlled, contained man Harry had known his entire life, that it meant more than any words could have. "I'm proud of you," Winston said. "Not for killing him. For surviving." Harry turned his hand over and gripped his father's fingers. "Thank you. For everything. For finding me. For raising me. For the vault. For the training. For reading me bedtime stories when I was small and teaching me to shoot when I was bigger and never once telling me that what I am is wrong. What you are is my son. Yeah. I am." They sat together in the lounge of the Continental Hotel, and the fire crackled, and the piano played, and outside the windows, London went about its business, grey and cold and indifferent, the way London always was. But inside the hotel, it was warm. 3 weeks later, Harry was back. Not at Hogwarts. Not at the Ministry. At the Continental, in the armory beneath the building, cleaning his weapons and planning. Because it wasn't over. The war was won, but the systems that had created the war, the corruption, the prejudice, the institutional rot in both the magical and muggle worlds, were still standing. The Ministry was still broken. The High Table was still compromised. And somewhere in the wreckage of Voldemort's network, people who had profited from the chaos were already repositioning, already rebuilding, already looking for the next opportunity to exploit and control. Harry had made a promise. Not just to himself. To his parents. To Neville's parents. To every person who had been ground up by the machinery of power and left behind. He was going to clean house. Both worlds. Top to bottom. No exceptions. No mercy. He was sitting at the workbench, reassembling the P-30L, when the door opened and Tonks walked in. Her hair was pink. Her boots were muddy. She was carrying 2 cups of tea. "You know," she said, handing him a cup, "most people who save the world take a vacation afterward. I'm not most people." "No. You're not." She sat on the edge of the workbench and watched him work. "So. What's the plan?" "The plan is to dismantle 2 corrupt power structures, restructure the governance of the wizarding world, eliminate the criminal networks that enabled Voldemort's rise, and ensure that no one, magical or muggle, ever has to live under the kind of tyranny that my parents died fighting." "Oh, is that all?" "For starters." She sipped her tea. "You're going to need help." "I have help. Hermione's already drafting legislative proposals for ministry reform. Ron's working with his father to build a coalition of moderate pureblood families. Neville's taken over the Longbottom seat on the Wisengamot. Dumbledore is, being Dumbledore, but in a more transparent way. And me?" Harry set down the gun. Looked at her. "You're here. I'm here. You didn't have to be. I know. I wanted to be." She reached out and touched his hand, lightly, the way she'd touched his scar. "Someone needs to keep you from taking on the entire world by yourself. Might as well be the clumsy Auror with the mood hair." Harry almost smiled. The real one. The one that only came out when something caught him off guard, slipped past his defenses, touched the human being underneath the weapon. "Tonks." "Yeah. Thank you. For being here. For the tea. For kissing me in that corridor when I was about to walk into a killing curse. For everything. You're welcome." She grinned. "Now finish your gun. We've got work to do." Harry picked up the P-30L, slid the last component into place, and racked the slide. The gun clicked. Ready. He picked up his wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather. It hummed in his hand. 2 weapons. 2 worlds. 1 purpose. Harry Potter, the Continental's son, the boy who lived, the man who had walked through death and come out the other side, took a sip of his tea, stood up, and went to work. The world wasn't going to fix itself.